The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Dr. Michael Whitson, from First Baptist Church, Indian Trail, North Carolina.
Let's pray. Almighty God and Heavenly Father, we acknowledge your holiness, your goodness, your faithfulness, and your undying love that forgives our transgressions. We confess before you our total inability to make ourselves righteous before you, and bless you for providing a way of forgiveness and a path to know you. Drawing from your unfailing word of the prayer of King Asa, a powerful king of long ago, who cried out to you and said, Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. Help us, Lord our God, for we rely on you. You established leaders over this nation. May we acknowledge and recognize you as our only source of strength. Your word convinces us that we can do nothing without you. Because of that, help us to totally trust you in all things. May your cause be our cause. We humbly ask in your matchless name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Today is the honor to have the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to introduce America to First Baptist Church, Indian Trail, in the person of Pastor Mike Whitson, who opened us in prayer. Pastor Whitson celebrated this past month his 40th anniversary in the pulpit at First Baptist. Indian Trail, you may ask, what is Indian Trail? Well, it's a small town, I would say, immediately east of Charlotte, North Carolina, except that's not quite right. The mayor of Stallings, North Carolina, is in the gallery. Stallings is immediately east of Charlotte. Indian Trail is immediately east of Stallings. This small town, and in its midst, the institution of First Baptist Church, over 7,000 members. In the course of the pastorate of Mike Whitson, more than 7,000 people baptized, 2 satellite campuses. In 1992, they began the Metrolina Christian Academy, which now matriculates 1,477 students in one of the largest K-12 private schools in our state. Ministry after ministry to the jail, county jail. A Russian language ministry where God undertakes to do his will. It can be in the most unexpected of places. It was related in the church's celebration of Mike's pastorate and his 40th anniversary that in the early days Mike would surprise everyone, but certainly the men of the church, when he would bid them a farewell saying, love you. First they were taken aback, but after a time they began saying to Pastor Whitson, I love you. That's what Pastor Whitson has meant. And the work of the Lord through him and in him is a masterful thing for the nation to behold. It's my honor to have had him here in the House chamber today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will now entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Memorial Day. Our nation's greatness was earned by the sacrifices of a few so that freedom and liberty would come to all. This weekend, we remember their sacrifices and their service. Every year on the last Monday of May, people across the nation gather in town squares, at memorials, and in cemeteries of our fallen heroes to pay tribute to those who gave it all. This nation is united by our liberties and freedoms that our men and women in uniform that take an oath to protect and defend. We will always honor our brothers and sisters who fought in battle to uphold our way of life, and will never stop searching for those who are missing. May God always carry them and all our service members in the palm of his hand. This Memorial Day, as we raise the Stars and Stripes, as we lay wreaths at monuments, memorials, and cemeteries, let us remember that our freedom is thanks to those who served and those who died in sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, I have a poster. Sorry, I should have reminded you. That's okay. Apologize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of the 60th anniversary of Ben Taub Hospital. The Harris County Hospital District was created in November 1965 by a voter referendum. The hospital district remains a leader in indigent care in my home state of Texas, and the center of the system is the Acute Trauma Center at Ben Taub Hospital. The hospital cares for more than 80,000 emergency patients each year who are in the most critical need. At Ben Taub, world-class doctors treat everyone regardless of their income, their gender, their insurance, or their immigration status. The doctors, nurses, support staff, and administrators are not just well-known and respected locally for their training in patient care, but also internationally. I'm so grateful to have them serving my district and my constituents. Thank you, Ben Taub, for 60 years of level 1 care, and may you have a best, most successful 60 more years to come and more. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities throughout the 6th Congressional District of Virginia, and in fact every community across our nation, is now a border community because of the deadly fentanyl pouring through our open borders under the failed leadership of President Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. Since October, Customs and Border Patrol agents have seized over 14,000 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill over 3.1 billion people. Even in Western Virginia, drug cartels have been caught smuggling rainbow-colored fentanyl with the intent of targeting our children. And just last year, roughly 75,000 people died of drug overdoses from synthetic opioids, largely illicit fentanyl or fentanyl-related substances. That's why today the House will be voting for the Halt Fentanyl Act, because enough is enough. This legislation would raise penalties for fentanyl traffickers under the Controlled Substances Act, support research to understand the devastating mental health effects of fentanyl-related substances, and supply law enforcement with the resources needed to keep this drug off our streets. While our president has no plans to fix open borders or stop deadly fentanyl from being smuggled into our interior, the House will take action today to protect innocent lives by passing this important legislation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay, let me make sure I can see him. Okay. Meet Kelly, a constituent of mine living in the Rogers Park neighborhood of Chicago. He is an Army veteran, a cancer survivor, and he has received 100% disability veterans benefits due to his trauma as he was serving for us in the service. He is currently enrolled in a VA program to become a paralegal. Kelly called my office because he was worried, he was concerned that the veterans' benefits that he relies upon could be snatched away by the Republican default that is a real possibility. His VA benefits cover his rent, his medication, and his treatments.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? That was 1 minute. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to call on my Republican colleagues to stop threatening to default on America's bills if we don't agree to their absurd demands to immediately cut $2 billion from veterans' health care programs. Last week, I spoke to Piscataway American Legion Commander Ron Veliky, who told me, and I quote, "The medical needs of veterans should not be up for debate." And Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. This Memorial Day weekend, our veterans and our seniors shouldn't have to worry about Republican demands that will cut their health care benefits or jeopardize their Social Security benefits. As we honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice on Memorial Day, I hope my Republican colleagues are inspired to join Democrats in committing to pay our nation's bills. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because of my concern that in less than 1 week, the United States of America may default on its debt and its obligations. I know we all want to get home to Memorial Day. We want to celebrate and honor our fallen heroes, the men and women that have served our country. But the best way for us to honor those heroes, the best way for us to honor the American public is to pass a debt ceiling. That's what we do. We teach our kids to pay their debts. We teach families to pay their debts. That's what we ought to do. I'm all for negotiating spending cuts, but that's what a budget negotiation is for. Not a debt ceiling. We pay our debts. So let's honor our veterans. Let's honor our fallen heroes at Memorial Day parades. Let's stay here. Let's get this done, and then we can fly home and celebrate and honor Memorial Day and honor those veterans. Let's get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
A gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask 1 minute to address the House, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans packed their expensive suits and dresses this morning and they're leaving town. The American economy is being held hostage by Republicans as they try to push for their harmful agenda and strip millions of dollars from Americans and the benefits they rely on. In my home state of New York, the Default on America bill could strip 2.3 million people of health insurance. The Default on America bill would also hold and strip nutrition programs from 126,000 women, infant, and children in New York State. The GOP plans to impose work requirements for SNAP recipients would also burden those recipients with useless paperwork while doing absolutely nothing to lower reliance on safety net program. Republicans are trying to strip benefits from the American people. They're trying to pull the wool over us. This is the Default on America Act working against America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 429 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 467. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, kindly take the chair?
starting on the House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 467, which the clerk will report the title.
A bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, May 24, 2023, all time for general debate pursuant to House Resolution 429 had expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 429, no further general debate shall be in order. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-76. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report. By a member designated in the report shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-76. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment made in order by rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-76, offered by Mr. Miller of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Halt Fentanyl Act is one of the most important pieces of legislation this body could possibly address. We all understand something must be done to stop this deadly drug from killing more of our loved ones. I do not believe our communities that are being ravaged by fentanyl can wait long while this important legislation is implemented. That is why I am offering this simple amendment to speed up the process of rulemaking by the Attorney General. My amendment will cut the timeline for interim final rulemaking by the Attorney General in half. I repeat, in half. Law enforcement needs these tools to keep our communities safe, and my amendment seeks to save lives across our country by requiring the Attorney General to expedite the rulemaking process while allowing enough time for sound policy making. Fentanyl is killing far too many people year after year in Ohio. In March alone, 130 people died from fentanyl overdoses just in Cuyahoga County. We must come together here in Congress to address this with the urgency that it needs. Focusing on substance use disorder treatments and harm reduction techniques alone will not address the unique threat posed by fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances that can kill a person instantly when laced with other substances or pills. We must keep Americans safe. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, the gentleman will yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
I support Mr. Miller's amendment, which would require the Attorney General to issue interim final rules to implement this act 6 months after the date of enactment. Fentanyl-related substances will still be permanently placed in Schedule 1 immediately. They should be placed there. This amendment would accelerate the timeline for which the Attorney General would be required to issue the interim final rule and therefore speed up the implementation process. I believe this amendment improves the bill and is necessary, especially at a time when fentanyl has become the leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for his support. Last month in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, law enforcement confiscated rainbow fentanyl, which is designed to resemble candy and market this deadly drug to children. Simply put, this is death disguised as candy. Just last month, local law enforcement, the DEA, and the United States District Attorney's Office busted an organized drug trafficking ring involving 18 individuals who were involved in the distribution of fentanyl across the communities I represent in Ohio's 7th Congressional District. Once again, I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time, or close, excuse me.
Gentleman
Mr.
has the
Chair.
only time remaining.
Yes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-76. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-76, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I stand before you to emphasize the critical need for the Department of Defense's involvement in fentanyl research. My amendment would include the Department of Defense in the list of eligible agencies that qualify for the expedited procedures on fentanyl research. The Department of Defense has several existing research programs involving fentanyl, and considering that today's service members and tomorrow's veterans, there's no reason why the DoD should be ineligible for these expedited processes. Not only should this bill be directed at our veterans, but the brave men and women who serve on active duty and are so susceptible to injuries that are routinely prescribing opioids as the treatment. As we all know, that this can lead to serious addictions. And my amendment would ensure that the DoD is included in the research reporting that is processing fentanyl and its effects. As someone who was blown up twice overseas and was a combat medic, I know firsthand the pain and the injuries that the brave men and women in uniform can sustain. Common combat injuries can include second and third degree burns, spinal cord injuries, broken bones, limb loss, paralysis, and sharpened wounds. As we face this ever-growing crisis, it is imperative that our military actively participate in fentanyl research for several compelling reasons. By actively participating in fentanyl research, the DoD can make significant strides in addressing the opioid crisis within the ranks and improving the quality of health care providing through TRICARE to our brave service members. Allow me to share some of these alarming statistics concerning the opioids that are among our active duty personnel. According to a study conducted by the Defense Health Agency between the years of 2012 and 2017, the rate of opioid prescriptions within the military healthcare system has increased by a staggering 56%. This trend is deeply concerning as it highlights the potential risk and challenges faced by our service members when it comes to opioid misuse and addiction. It is crucial to recognize that the DoD has a responsibility to ensure the physical and mental well-being of our military personnel. Engaging in fentanyl research will allow the DoD to gain a deeper understanding of the specific challenges faced by active duty service members regarding opioid usages. By providing the necessary support and resources to combat opioid addictions, the Department of Defense can empower our service members to overcome this critical challenge and continue to fulfill their duties with resilience and strength. This research can lead to the development of new and innovative therapies, improved access to treatment resources, and a more comprehensive addiction prevention program for service members abroad. It is essential to note that by prioritizing fentanyl research, the Department of Defense demonstrates its commitment to the overall well-being of our active duty personnel. By addressing the fentanyl and opioid crisis proactively, they not only will protect the lives and health of our service members, but also foster a culture of support and understanding within our military communities. This in turn contributes to the overall readiness and effectiveness of our armed forces, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield my time to my colleague from Indiana.
This amendment will provide clarity that research conducted by the Department of Defense is included in the research registration process outlined in the bill. It also requires the Office of the Inspector General at the Department of Justice to study and report on its findings. The research provisions in the Halt Fentanyl Act align the research registration process for Schedule I drug with those of Schedule II. This is imperative for the research community to better understand how certain Schedule I drugs affect people's health. This amendment strengthens the bill, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you to the gentleman from Indiana. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-76. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado
Thank
seek
you.
recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-76, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would require a certification from the Secretary of Department of Health and Human Services and the Attorney General that this legislation would reduce opioid overdose deaths. The reason why this is so critical is because we are facing a public health crisis and it deserves a public health response. The current legislation is incredibly problematic for the very harmful mandatory minimum sentences that would be enacted and be very hard to actually address and change in the future. This is deeply personal for me. Like so many Americans, my mom has struggled with an opioid addiction. When I was just 6 years old, she hurt her back, and she went home with bottles and bottles of opioids. Unfortunately, after her back healed, my mom found herself physically addicted to opioids. And like so many Americans, she was cut off of her prescription without access to treatment. And my mom said that you fear nothing more than withdrawal, even death. And so like so many people who struggle with addiction who don't have access to treatment, she turned to using heroin to stay well. Ultimately, fentanyl came into the supply chain, started coming in 2016. We saw it hit the coast first and make its way into Colorado. And now we have seen it completely take over the drug supply chain. I know firsthand how absolutely devastating this drug can be for families. My mom overdosed 20 times that year. And in my fight to keep her alive, I saw firsthand how broken the system was. So fentanyl, but I'm one of the lucky ones because I was in a position where I could advocate for my mom as a state legislator to get her the help that she needed. And after being churned in and out throughout ERs, my mom ultimately was able to recover. She's now been in recovery for 5.5 years and is an example of what's possible when we give people the help that they need. So I absolutely want the person who was my mom's dealer, who would show up to the hospital, put heroin mixed with fentanyl in her IV. I want that person to go to jail for a very long time. But if my mom had a mandatory jail sentence, that would have been a death sentence for her and for far too many people out there. We are facing the third wave of the opioid epidemic. It has killed more people than all of the world wars combined. It's important that we address this, that it is an all hands on deck to address it at every level, from additional screening at the ports and the border, additional screening for mail where we know it's coming in, public awareness campaigns about the dangers of taking just one pill with kids who are buying it from social media companies unknowingly and dying from an overdose, accountability with these social media companies on how we're going to work together to ensure that kids are not able to buy this on their platforms, increasing access to residential treatment and recovery services like my mom had that are far too often not available for those who are struggling with a disease, a brain disease. And so I absolutely care deeply about this issue. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues on it. But this is not the right answer, and that is why this amendment is so important. And I ask for your support.
The gentlewoman reserve. Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, I want to thank the gentlelady for sharing her story. These are stories from across America, and I'm empathize with her story, and I'm thankful that her mother is in recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is
This
recognized.
amendment would prevent the underlying bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Attorney General each certify that this bill will lead to a reduction in overdose deaths. In 2021, nearly 108,000 people died of drug overdoses, 71,000 of which were from synthetic opioids, including fentanyl or fentanyl-related substances. That equates to nearly 200 fentanyl-related deaths per day. This amendment is a poison pill that would allow the Biden administration to indefinitely delay the permanent scheduling of fentanyl-related substances, which means after the temporary scheduling order expires at the end of 2024, if HHS or the AG has chosen not to act, these fentanyl-related substances could become street legal. I don't want to take that chance. Permanently placing fentanyl-related substances into Schedule 1 is the Drug Enforcement Agency's top legislative priority. The numbers are heartbreaking. We need to act now to pass the Halt Fentanyl Act to keep fentanyl-related substances off our streets and out of our communities. And in terms of further steps to address overdose deaths, I am glad the Energy and Commerce Committee has led the way and will continue to do so. Last Congress, the House passed legislation with broad bipartisan support to reauthorize many key use disorder and treatment programs. And this summer, Energy and Commerce plans to examine the impact of the Support Act for Patients and Communities Act, the Support for Patients and Communities Act, passed with broad bipartisan support 5 years ago to address the opioid crisis. But we don't need to wait. Let's pass the Halt Fentanyl Act now, which adds fentanyl-related substances to Schedule 1 upon passage, rather than ceding authority to the Biden administration on when this should be effective. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is important because it's actually, if we're trying to solve the overdose crisis in our country, let's make sure that this legislation is actually supported in doing that and go through the process necessary. Putting people in jail, mandatory minimum sentences, we know from our history in the United States has devastating consequences. This is a public health crisis. We need to come together to address it like that. We need to go after the cartels. We need to go after the dealers. We need to make sure that we're supporting people who are struggling with addiction. I ask for your support.
The gentlewoman yield.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Again, we need to implement the Halt Fentanyl Act now. Any further delay, including the Biden administration slow walking its implementation, is unacceptable. And I again urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I would ask
does the
for
gentleman from
a
New Jersey
recorded
seek?
vote, the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. Purposes the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 467, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 467 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. House Resolution 429 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 467. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, kindly resume the chair? It is an honor to have Florida completely dominate and run this.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 467, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed House Report 118-76, offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, had been postponed. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 118-76 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report Number 118-76, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
this vote, the yeas are one.
Mr. Klein. Off aye, on no for Mr. Klein. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no.
Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Said enough time. All right. On this vote. Oh.
Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 190, the nays are 233. The amendment is not adopted. There being no more further amendments under the rule, the committee has risen. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 467. And pursuant to House Resolution 429, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 467 and pursuant to House Resolution 429 reports the bill as amended by the resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will put them en gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Thank you. On this vote, the yeas are 289, the nays are 133. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn until 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove my name as a co-sponsor
of H.R. 901.
The request is granted.
I ask unanimous consent. Oh.
Is it on? Yeah. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today, along with our Ohio Buckeye colleagues, to solemnly honor a former colleague and well-regarded Ohio public servant, Congressman Tom Sawyer, from the city of Akron. Sadly, Tom passed away this week, May 23rd, 2023, at 77 years of age after prolonged illness. Our hearts and prayers go out to his beloved wife, Joyce, cherished daughter, Amanda, their family and friends, and all people with whom Tom worked and served. Tom was a dedicated public servant, very dignified, steady, a measured and enlightened man. He attained many elected positions as a senior office holder, serving in broad-ranging capacities at the local, state, and national levels for 40 years. Prior to Congress, he was elected as a member of the Ohio House of Representatives. He was elected mayor of Akron in 1983, and then was elected to Congress in 1987, serving 16 years for a total of 8 terms until 2003. Tom was passionate about education, very passionate. He dedicated his honorable service on behalf of the people of Akron, Ohio, and the American public at large. Following his congressional service, he served on the Ohio State Board of Education, and then for nearly a decade more in the Ohio Senate. Together, let us celebrate the life of Tom Sawyer, honorable public servant, loyal son of Ohio, an enlightened man with a fine mind, easy broad smile, and a mellow voice of certitude. Now please let me yield to our new Ohio colleague from Akron, Ohio, Congresswoman Amelia Sykes, to share her recollections and words about her hometown predecessor, the Honorable Tom Sawyer.
Thank you, Congresswoman Capter. Today we honor a former member of this body, a lifelong servant to the people of Akron and Summit County, and my friend, Tom Sawyer. Tom died this week following a long illness, and I first want to extend my sincere and deepest sympathies to his wife, Joyce, and his daughter, Amanda, and all who knew and loved him. In 1986, then City of Akron Mayor Tom Sawyer launched his campaign for Congress. A constituent shared with me that my father was at that announcement, but he had to leave early to meet my mother, who was at the hospital after she had just delivered me, and that we were on our way home. Tom was the last person from Akron to serve in this body of Congress, and I am honored to follow in his footsteps and his legacy as a member of Congress from the city of Akron, the birthplace of champions, of course. Tom was born and raised in our hometown of Akron, and he dedicated his life to our community through 50 years of service, including as an English teacher, mayor of Akron, a state representative, state school board member, and a congressperson serving in this chamber. A proud graduate of Buchtel High School and the University of Akron, Tom was a champion for our school system and made it his mission to ensure every student in Northeast Ohio had the access to high-quality education and the opportunity to succeed. While we were members in the Ohio State Legislature, I had the opportunity to work alongside Tom representing the city of Akron and watched his commitment to the people of our community. He was a staunch advocate for Medicaid expansion, our public schools, and ending partisan gerrymandering. In fact, Tom and I were also neighbors. We lived on the same street. We served each other in Congress, yet we were represented by 2 different members of Congress. I will sincerely miss my friend, my mentor, my neighbor, a true dedicated public servant, Tom Sawyer. Without a doubt, former Congressman Sawyer left a mark on Akron, the state of Ohio, and this country, and his impact will always be felt in these halls and the city of Akron and across the country. Thank you. I yield back to the Dean of the Delegation, Congresswoman Kaptur.
Thank you. I now ask our House colleagues to join us in a moment of silence to remember our former colleague, Tom Sawyer. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month. The Jewish American community has played a critical part in shaping American culture and history since the country's inception. The Jewish community in my home district has strong roots going back all the way to when Georgia was first founded as a colony. In Savannah, Georgia, you can find the congregation Mikveh Israel, or the Hope of Israel, which is one of the oldest synagogues in the United States and the first synagogue built in Georgia. Historic communities like the Hope of Israel Synagogue highlight the importance of Jewish American communities in Georgia's past, as well as how they continue to impact Georgia today. It is a pleasure to be able to honor the Jewish American community that has such a big impact on both Georgia and America's history. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I am joined by over 80 of my Democratic colleagues to say the quiet part out loud. MAGA Republicans want us to default. They want to run out the clock. They want to lead our government by chaos, by sending us home, by refusing to do their jobs. They're making that crystal clear. Unless we give in to devastating cuts, they will push us into a devastating default. It's the American people who will suffer. Teachers, seniors, kids, families, veterans, the hungry, the sick. To my Republican colleagues this Memorial weekend, it is time to be a patriot. Now is the time to sign our discharge petition and end this catastrophe in the making. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor Ossining Padres Hispanos, a lifeline for the local Latino community, and its executive director, Ana Guzman, who immigrated to the United States from Ecuador 33 years ago. Born from a simple Facebook group that translated school updates, Padres Hispanos has evolved into a vital community resource, serving thousands with food, clothes, language classes, workplace training, and critical classes on legal, financial, and immigration matters. Just this past weekend, I joined Anna and community residents at Ossining Padres Hispanos to celebrate the graduation of their home health aid program, with over 30 people now joining the ranks of this critical workforce that helps our seniors age in place gracefully. Clad in orange, symbolizing hope and energy, Anna and her team stand as a beacon of resilience, inclusivity, and solidarity in Ossining and across Westchester County. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ossining Padres Hispanos and Anna for their relentless commitment to our community's welfare. Thank you for making Ossining a better place for all. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the veterans, public school teachers, and seniors in my district. These are the hostages the most extreme members of the Republican conference have bragged about. We are on the verge of a Republican-led default because people calling the shots in this chamber are the same people who want cuts to veterans' health care and manufacturing jobs. These draconian cuts will have a direct impact on my community in the Inland Empire and the state of California. In my district alone, approximately 6,900 jobs could be wiped out. Social Security payments for 58,000 families will be jeopardized, and the retirement savings for 81,000 people could disappear. In the state of California, approximately 4 million people could lose health insurance, and housing costs will increase for 83,000 people. This is unacceptable, and Americans deserve better. House Republicans need to drop their ransom note and come to their senses so we can avoid a devastating default and put the American people first. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to honor the life of U.S. Marine Corps Major Megan McClung from Mission Viejo in my district. She was the first female Marine officer to be killed in Iraq War. She was also the first woman graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy to be killed in action. Major McClung's headstone reads, "Be brief, be bold, be gone." While she left us too soon, she had a life well lived and made a lasting impact. If Marines didn't know her, they knew of her. And she's an avid marathon runner and a triathlete. Her contagious personality, tenacity, and fiery red hair are remembered by all. This week, I introduced a bipartisan bill to rename a Mission Viejo post office in her honor. We can never fully repay our fallen heroes and their families, but I hope this will help preserve her story for future generations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with 80 of my Democratic colleagues to demand that Republicans do their job, do the right thing, and pay America's bills. My colleagues on this side of the aisle are here to do the people's business. Where are Republicans? They have rushed out of town as America speeds towards economic catastrophe. Why? Because they know they have forced a dangerous and false choice on the American people to either impose draconian and cruel cuts that will hurt American families, American veterans, American seniors, or a devastating and catastrophic default. Mr. Speaker, this is an unacceptable choice. It is time for House Republicans to get serious. House Democrats are here united, just as we were in the beginning of this year, just as we will be throughout this legislative Congress, to do the people's business. It is time for Republicans to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 77th anniversary of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan's Independence Day. America and Jordan have a long history of friendship and cooperation after establishing diplomatic relations in 1949. Jordan plays a vital role in advancing peace, stability, and moderation in the Middle East. While recently visiting Jordan, in fact, I had the honor of being flown by Jordan's first ever female military helicopter pilot. And on that same visit, King Abdullah graciously hosted our delegation and took us to the holy site where Jesus was baptized on the east bank of the Jordan River. Jordan is a shining example of tolerance with traditions of hospitality between all religions. This visit was especially moving, and it was an experience I'll remember the rest of my life. It's especially meaningful to me personally as I married a Jordanian-American family, the Neshawats, who immigrated to America from their ancestral home of Salt through Ellis Island. We look forward to returning to Jordan soon to baptize our newborn son, Arman. I wish King Abdullah and the Jordanian people a happy Independence Day and remain committed to supporting the friendship and partnership between our two countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call attention to House Republicans' lack of good faith negotiations to avoid the devastating default on our nation's debt. The Congressional Budget Office shows that extending the Trump tax cuts would add $3.5 trillion to the deficit. Yet House Republican leaders have introduced legislation to make these tax cuts for the rich permanent and increase the federal deficit, while at the same time they're holding our economy hostage by demanding disastrous cuts to funding, to air traffic, and rail safety. And as we approach Memorial Day, Republicans are breaking the promise to our veterans. President Biden already lowered the deficit by $1.7 trillion. His budget would cut the deficit by another $3 trillion by eliminating wasteful spending on big oil and pharma, closing tax loopholes for the corporations, and ensuring everyone pays their fair share. House Republicans created this crisis. They can prevent this devastating default. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to thank this body for passing my bill, the Streamlining Aviation for Eligible Veterans Act, or SAFE Veterans Act, as part of the Vet Tech reauthorization bill that the House passed this week. This bill will make a meaningful contribution to allowing more of our veterans to receive vocational flight training and enter our nation's workforce as pilots following their service in our military. Madam Speaker, in 1980, over 2/3 of our nation's pilots were veterans. Today, that number is less than 30%. This bill will not only ameliorate that situation, but also help us honor the commitment that we have made to those who serve in our armed forces. I urge its passage in the Senate and its transmittal to the President, and I thank this body for supporting it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without
Thank you,
objection,
Madam
the gentlewoman
Speaker.
is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this weekend our nation will solemnly observe Memorial Day to honor our fallen heroes and their families. Instead of this honoring of our veterans, shamefully, the Republicans across the aisle will spend the weekend working to impose suffering on our valiant veterans. The Republicans have forced Americans down a treacherous path. Either accept their extreme proposal, which would eliminate 30 million health visits for our veterans and slash revenues at the Veterans Administration. It would trigger a catastrophic default, which would force our nation to stiff veterans on the benefits they have earned. And that also applies to the effect it would have on America's middle class. All this for the Republicans to pass another massive tax cut, which they will do in a matter of weeks. That's their plan, to do it by the birthday of the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, January 16th. Trillions of dollars to the national debt to give tax cuts at the high end at the suffering of our veterans. It's disgraceful. Republicans must stay here, not skip town, work to avoid a default, honor the sacred duty of our veterans as we observe Memorial Day.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah
Madam Speaker,
wish to be recognized?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In the latest edition of the U.S. News and World Report's Best State Rankings, Utah was ranked the top in the nation. Utah is one of the strongest economies in America because of our state's pro-market policies, family values, and entrepreneurial spirit. At the forefront of Utah's thriving economy is the booming technology and industry in my district and across our state. Today, I want to recognize Roland Christensen, an entrepreneur, a business owner, and an engineer who has made an invaluable contribution to the Gunnison community and the entire state of Utah. Raised in the rural town of Gunnison, Roland utilized his expertise in mechanical engineering to build one of the most successful aerospace companies in the nation from ground up in his hometown. ACT Aerospace is a defense technology manufacturing leader supporting our troops with the latest technology to win on the battleground. This because of visionary leadership of Roland Christensen and the highly skilled workforce of Utah. Thank you, Roland, for all you do to keep Utah the best place to live, raise a family, and start a business. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Extreme MAGA Republicans have manufactured a crisis and are now extorting the American people with a terrible choice. Either they inflict cruel cuts that hurt everyday families, or they're forcing or trying to force a devastating default on our debt. They are gambling with working people's livelihoods and the global economy, driving us to the brink of economic catastrophe. And all because they'd rather have working people bear the burden of these terrible cuts instead of making billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share in taxes. Make no mistake, our constituents are watching, especially those in Speaker McCarthy's district, where 75,000 people would lose Social Security payments, 285,000 people's health care benefits would be at risk, and the retirement savings of 89,000 people would be in jeopardy, not to mention the number of veterans who lose their health care in Speaker McCarthy's district. Madam Speaker, from day one, Democrats have been the most responsible and the loudest voices in defending working families from Republicans' extreme behavior. We will continue to call out these games and hostage-taking. We must pay our bills.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we're 1 week away from Secretary Yellen's hard default date of the June 1st deadline. House Republicans have been calling on our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the President to negotiate on this debt since January. It is now May 25th. The past 140 days, we've heard a lot of name-calling and little bipartisan negotiation. While this impasse has dragged on, House Republicans passed legislation, the Limit, Save, Grow Act, that diverts a default and reduces wasteful spending. Let's negotiate from that point. We have a plan to avert default and are eager to work with the President to work out a suitable compromise. But we would rather hear a lot of stuff of name-calling and keep on printing and spending more money. Indeed, it was pointed out, if our plan goes through, it would mean a 20% cut in discretionary spending over just 5 months ago. So that must mean we increased spending by 20% in 1 fiscal year of discretionary spending. How many years can you keep increasing spending by 20%? Not 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. 20% increase. How do we afford that going forward? That's incredibly amazing that we think that that should be the route we should go and keep adding to our debt. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it's an unfortunate reality that hypocrisy has become a guiding principle of the leadership of this body. Three times we raised the debt limit under the previous president. Those 3 times, the American people never once had to worry that we would not pay our bills or their retirement was in danger. This is a manufactured crisis by House Republicans, an act of calculated cruelty that will put millions out of work and force families across the country to wonder where their next meal will come from. In my district, an estimated 95,600 households with Social Security checks are at risk. And my constituents are not alone. Think of the people back home who elected you to represent their interests faithfully. It is in no one's interest to manufacture an economic crisis. We can fix this crisis right now. All we need is 5 brave Republicans, 5 Republicans who care about veterans, 5 Republicans who care about Social Security, 5 Republicans who care about Medicare, 5 Republicans who care about our future. It's time to do our jobs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ben Franklin said, "Necessity never made a good bargain. Necessity never made a good bargain." This is necessity. For the first time since 1789, our MAGA GOP friends are putting us at risk of default. But we've got a solution, and it is sitting right here, right next to me, a discharge petition. And we only need 5 of you. But Madam Speaker, I see about 80 of my Democratic colleagues in front of me, and I only see 1 Republican, you. We only need 5, so I welcome you back to Washington. Come on, join us, sign the petition. We'll keep the lights on, but will you? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is why the American people get frustrated with Congress. They get frustrated when folks here play politics. They get frustrated when there are unnecessary crises created. Rather than vote to pay our bills, as was done 3 times under the last president, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have us on a path to a disastrous default. That is, unless this body agrees to gut programs that working families in my state depend on. The American people get frustrated when these issues are treated like a game and when our constituents are the ones who lose. 4,800 kids who will lose access to preschool and childcare. 37,000 women and infants and kids who will lose help with food. 89,000 college students who will see their costs go up. I don't say this in a partisan way. These are just facts. The cuts proposed by my Republican colleagues would cut law enforcement and food safety and vital support to families across our state. That's not a good idea. We can do better. We
Time's
should do
expired.
better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition? Oh, excuse me, sorry. Gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition.
And to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in 7 days, our country will face one of the greatest self-inflicted threats to national security in our lifetime. In 7 days, our country faces default while House Republicans continue to play partisan political games with the debt limit. In these chambers, we talk a lot about keeping Americans safe, strategic competition, and national security. We point a finger at foreign threats and international bad actors, but let us be clear. The biggest threat to American lives and livelihoods is House Republicans holding everyday Americans hostage for partisan political gains. If we as a Congress are serious about ensuring national security, then we must stand up against this House Republican manufactured crisis. We must do the right thing, invest in our country, and recognize that financial security is national security. Health security is national security. Food security is national security. Housing security is national security. People security is national security. I will not support lifting the debt limit on the backs of working families, our veterans, or our seniors. And know this, as Democrats, we will continue to do the right thing and put people over politics. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to House Republicans holding our economy hostage and planning to slash billions of dollars from veterans' services and benefits in return for maintaining the full faith and credit of the United States. Republicans are delivering a 1-2 punch to veterans. First, their Default on America Act would slash $30 billion from veteran services, eliminate housing vouchers for 50,000 homeless veterans, and cut 81,000 jobs from the Veterans Health Administration. They can say whatever they want, but this is what they voted for. Second, the Republicans just released a bill to gut the health care funding we promised to toxic exposed veterans in the PACT Act. How about instead of cuts to veteran services and benefits, we reduce our deficit by ending tax loopholes for the ultra-wealthy and by ensuring the largest corporations pay their fair share? House Democrats are united in opposition to Republicans' veterans funding cuts, and we will not go back on the progress we've made. So as we all head into this Memorial Day weekend, we must do better.
The gentleman's time's
We
expired.
must not default on our debts. Let's keep our promises to our veterans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we are the most powerful country, and we're less than a week away from defaulting on our debt. We should all be outraged, and we should all be here. Constituents in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District will feel the impact immediately and long term as we default. North Carolina's 1st Congressional District has over 174,000 residents who would lose in Social Security payments, and nearly 50,000 veterans, our heroes, who protect our communities and defend our freedoms. Payments will be slashed as we prepare to honor those who died in military service. The best way that we can help
the gentleman's
their
time's
surviving
expired.
family members and those that they served with is by Congress fulfilling its obligation
Time's
to
expired.
pay its bills now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to express my concern with MAGA Republicans' ransom plan, which threatens access to SNAP and federal food assistance program that prevent families from going hungry every single day. Too often, households across the country find it difficult to put food on their tables. SNAP has been and remains a vital mechanism to alleviate this hardship. SNAP provides relief for more than 42 million people each year. We're talking about 42 million Americans who would go hungry if this program were to be put on the chopping block. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisles have no problem cutting food assistance program. For extreme Republicans, what they deem to be fiscally responsible takes precedent over addressing food insecurity. It takes precedent over addressing poverty. I stand firmly against Republicans' heartless attempt to slash food assistance programs. Democrats are united to pay Americans' bills and not play partisan politics. It's time for Washington to work for American families. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The debt crisis that we're facing as a nation right now is a manufactured one. Extreme Republicans are holding the livelihoods, the bank accounts of hardworking families hostage. And you don't have to take my word for it. This week, one of the most far-right, TV-loving members of this chamber said he doesn't feel like they should negotiate with their hostage. That's a quote. And what's the ransom they're demanding? Gutting the critical programs that those same families depend on to make ends meet. It's disgraceful to tell parents working 2 jobs that their food assistance is being cut because Republicans are helping millionaires cheat on their taxes. And it's shameful to tell a veteran that his rental assistance stopped because the GOP doesn't want billion-dollar corporations paying their fair share. But we can end this manufactured crisis today, Madam Speaker. All it takes is 5 sensible, 5 responsible Republicans to turn their car around and join us in this discharge petition for a clean debt limit. Do the right thing. Do it today. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today outraged that extremist Republicans continue to play games, political theater with Americans' livelihoods. Extreme Republicans, the hostage takers, are threatening to crash our economy unless Congress guts critical programs that millions of people rely on. Defaulting on our debt could delay Social Security and Medicare benefits for 6.9 million seniors in California alone. Alicia, a constituent from Upland, recently reached out to my office concerned about her Social Security benefits. Alicia, like many other seniors, are the victims of extreme Republicans. Alicia paid into Social Security her entire life with the promise that she would be able to retire with dignity. She deserves better. The Inland Empire deserves better, and Americans deserve better. If there are any reasonable members left in this Republican majority, it is time for them to do the right thing and pay our nation's bills. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we are 7 days from a debt default that would spell economic catastrophe for hardworking Americans and Virginians. And as you've heard, we are in a hostage-taking situation where MAGA Republicans don't want to negotiate with the hostage. But it's not House Democrats that are being held hostage. As you've heard from my Democratic colleagues, it's the American people. But it's also our state governments. Last week, Senate budget analysts outlined what a default would mean for the Commonwealth of Virginia, which has a very large federal footprint. It would be catastrophic. It would have a devastating impact on the state budget and funding for school, healthcare, roads, public safety, broadband, affordable housing. An extended default could cost the Commonwealth nearly 200,000 jobs, slash payrolls by 4.7%, and throw the state economy into a recession, as well as the American economy. A default jeopardizes Medicaid reimbursements to rural hospitals, federal grants awarded in the Commonwealth to over 4,000 federally funded state employees.
The gentlewoman's time's expired.
And millions of Virginians who receive Social Security, Medicare, and veterans benefits. It is time to raise the debt ceiling. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to express my outrage at the extreme MAGA Republicans in this House who are fighting to take food out of the mouths of children, medicine out of the hands of seniors, and relief out of the pockets of working people, all to fund their tax cuts for the billionaires and corporations that fund their campaigns. Make no mistake, that is what this entire Republican manufactured debt crisis is about. It's not about cutting spending. If it was about cutting spending, they would support President Biden's plan to cut $900 billion from the deficit by negotiating with the drug companies for Medicare and Medicaid. But no, they don't want to upset their big pharma donors. It's not about avoiding default. If it was about avoiding default, they would sign the discharge petition and end this whole thing today. This is about one thing and one thing only, taking money out of the pockets of the working people who I represent and putting it in the pockets of the millionaires, the billionaires, and the corporations. These reverse Robin Hoods on the Republican side who seek to steal from the working people to benefit the rich need to stop this craziness and end this thing today. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The obvious solution to this threat to our economy is for the U.S. to join the rest of the world and simply repeal the debt limit. For years, I have been introducing legislation to do just that. But House Republicans now insist that they want to drag budget negotiations into this discussion. Fine. Both parties agree that default is unacceptable. Both parties agree that our national debt must be dealt with. And there are two basic ways to do this. First, by cutting tax breaks that allow billionaires to pay lower taxes than middle-class Americans, or by cutting programs that help ordinary Americans, retirees, veterans, students, or just families that are trying to get their kids through school. But as long as Republicans insist that the only thing that they will consider is to solve this problem 100% on the backs of the middle class and 0% on the backs of the billionaires who fund their campaigns, then they are not negotiating. And that refusal is putting our economy at risk. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss Speaker McCarthy's irresponsibility with the debt ceiling negotiations. It is very dangerous to play games with the American economy. While Speaker McCarthy haggles over the debt ceiling, millions of Americans are wondering if they are going to have a job after next week. The stock market is wondering if it's going to lead into a recession or a depression. But Speaker McCarthy does not feel these concerns are important. He thinks they can wait, but they cannot wait. America's bills are coming due, and now we need to pay them, and pay them now. This is not the time to relax and enjoy the weekend like Speaker McCarthy wants to do. This is a time to roll up our sleeves and do the work we were elected to do, and increase the debt ceiling to help Americans nationwide. And ladies and gentlemen of the American public, I hope you're watching this, because this will be a moment when your benefits will be cut, veterans' benefits will be cut, and remember who was not here on this day. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to urge my Republican colleagues to come back to work now to responsibly avoid a national default, just like they did 3 times under President Trump. Instead, as the U.S. is on the brink of defaulting for the first time in history, House Republicans have recessed for the weekend, holding the global economy hostage and threatening a catastrophic recession if they don't get to impose cruel cuts on American workers, families, veterans, and seniors. The mere threat of default will cost workers close to $20,000 out of their retirement savings. It would also send interest rates skyrocketing, cost small businesses $2,500 more per month for capital, and force Californians to pay almost $300 more per month on their mortgages. Republicans already voted to spend the money. Now they're trying to walk out on the bill and leave the most vulnerable Americans out to dry. That's inexcusable.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise against the Speaker of this House sending members of Congress home on a break as he is taking our economy hostage in service of his dangerous MAGA Republican agenda designed to gut social programs that save lives. We are on the brink of economic disaster because of a fabricated Republican ultimatum, and the Speaker has decided to send everyone home. This is not a game. Real people and real lives hang in the balance, but the Speaker seems intent on holding our economy hostage and rewarding himself with a break, as he is bringing us to the brink of a default that would devastate communities like mine in St. Louis. Just over 2 years ago, the Republican Party tried to hold our democracy hostage. Now they're holding our economy hostage. They're gambling with Social Security checks, gambling with Medicare and Medicaid benefits, with food for children, and with people's rent money. And that's a bad deal. The Dems are here. The Dems are here. The Dems are here. And we are saying, where are the Republicans? Sign the discharge petition. Madam Speaker, will you sign the discharge petition? Where are the Republicans? Sign the discharge petitions. The Speaker needs to do his job. Now, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker has sent Congress home with default looming. You know, only Congress can raise the debt ceiling, and if we don't, we fail. But the Republicans are trying to get their radical cuts with holding our economy hostage. These are cuts they can't get on the merits, like eliminating farm disaster relief, cuts to veterans' benefits, laying off firefighters and air traffic controllers, interrupting cancer research, stopping payments to nursing homes. Instead, they threaten default, which could cause a worldwide economy, cuts to regular Americans, millions of jobs lost. We would lose our preeminent spot in the world economy. China and Russia would win. 40% of all U.S. accumulated debt since 1789 happened during the Trump years. Yes, we can get our fiscal house in order, but not the way these radicals have proposed. We need to do our job and end this self-imposed threat of chaos.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Republicans are refusing to raise the debt ceiling, manufacturing a crisis to push their extreme agenda. They're ready to allow our government to default on its debt for the first time in our history, even though Republicans raised the debt ceiling 3 times during the Trump administration after passing almost $2 trillion in tax cuts for large corporations and the ultra-wealthy. Why should the default matter to average Americans? Because if the government runs out of cash, it won't be able to make Social Security payments to seniors who rely on them. Families on food assistance will go hungry. Veterans won't get the care and the benefits they've earned. Defaulting on our debt will destabilize the U.S. financial system, resulting in a recession, job loss, and spiking interest rates. This means it will be more expensive for people to get loans, to buy cars, buy homes, attend college, or invest in their small businesses. It's time for Republicans to stop holding our economy hostage to do their job. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my Republican colleagues to step up to the plate, come back to work, and pay our nation's bills. Defaulting on our debt would be catastrophic in my district alone. This would kill some 6,700 jobs, jeopardize Social Security payments for 91,000 families, put health benefits at risk for 388,000 people, and threaten the retirement savings of 99,100 people near retirement. And ladies and gentlemen, this is in my district alone. But look around. House Republicans went home and dodged their responsibilities, hurting everyday working people in the process. I stand firmly united with my Democratic colleagues and the American people to pay our debt without playing games with people's lives. I urge the Republicans to put on your big boy pants and big girl pants and come back to work. Do the right thing. Do the right thing for the American people, because the American people deserve better. Let's do our jobs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the queen of rock and roll, the incomparable Tina Turner. She passed away yesterday at 83 years of age after a career so bold and sparkling, we are unlikely to see another star so bright. What did love have to do with it? Everything. Tina Turner loved and owned her own story. She unveiled the trauma of domestic violence and turned it into a strength felt by women across the world. She was a true ambassador of the Buddhist practice, showed female artists how to take ownership of their brand, and she used music to speak and captivate us. She was a constituent of the 37th, having lived in View Park, the heart of my district. Her passing is a true loss to the global community. In this moment, she would probably say to Republicans, don't hide this weekend, stay and do your job. The American people deserve more from you. They work hard and don't deserve to be blamed, lied to, and defaulted on by a dysfunctional Republican Party who can't get its act together. Lead, don't bleed the American people. No, wait, I said that.
The gentlewoman's
I
time's
yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on Congress to reject the Republicans' Reckless Default on America Act and to protect the progress that we have made in the very important transition to clean energy. The Inflation Reduction Act is a significant investment in our country's clean and healthy future, and we are on the cusp of a major clean energy expansion, generating billions of dollars in private clean energy investments and thousands of clean energy jobs. In Northwest Oregon, the Inflation Reduction Act has brought millions of dollars in funding for climate-resilient infrastructure, low-emission public transportation, and clean school buses. And benefits are flowing to red, blue, and purple states, bringing cost savings to our constituents. Texas and Iowa, for example, they're leading the U.S. in solar and wind production. It would be foolhardy and fickle to disrupt or delay this important work, just like it's foolhardy and fickle of the Republicans to try to force draconian budget cuts by threatening default. We must put our constituents first by passing a clean debt limit increase so we can turn our attention to the real work at hand, creating jobs, cutting energy costs, growing our clean energy economy for the sake of our vulnerable communities, future generations, and our planets. Madam Speaker, it would only take 5 brave Republicans to put country over party and sign the petition. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the cowardice of my Republican colleagues who should be standing across the aisle right now, but have fled D.C. and their sworn duty to do their constituents to avoid forcing our nation into a default on our debts. A catastrophic default should not, under any circumstances, delight extreme MAGA Republicans. But these horribly bad actors are in contempt, and they can hardly contain their excitement as the nation stands on the brink of ruin. Make no mistake, the MAGA movement has abandoned all pretext. They're not here to govern. 8 million American jobs slashed in the blink of an eye. Retirement savings devastated overnight, and all but certain recession. This catastrophe is not just looming, but primed to collapse on our communities. And Speaker McCarthy refuses to keep the House in session. Is he and his party really so eager to preside over our nation's default on her debts? The answer is a resounding yes, they are. Remember, their cruelty is the point.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
My Republican colleagues love to pray, but can't stay. Stay and do the job we were elected to do. Because frankly, they aren't capable of governing. Don't believe me? Well, just think back to the first few days that we were here. The days in which they were so dysfunctional that they had to go through 15 rounds before we could get to a speaker. Yeah. Now, mark my words. He's dragging this out, and unfortunately, the entire country is going into a tailspin, not because they care about being fiscally responsible, but more so because he cares about his precious speakership. We've seen the words of the radical right Republican and what he said last week, and this is all about holding us hostage. But let me tell you something, my constituents deserve better. My constituents deserve to have a House that functions and stays and does the job instead of deciding that it's time to go and play. I have a constituent that has called my office in North Texas talking about the fact that he could not get his federal retirement for months. Well, guess what? We finally got it pushed through, but leave it up
Gentlelady's
to
time has
this House
expired.
and he won't get what he deserved and what he worked for. Working families deserve a House that will stay instead of play.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on House Republicans to stop the partisan politics and pay our bills. It is my top priority to ensure everyone in Ohio's 13th congressional district feels safe and secure at every stage of their lives. But the Republicans' manufactured crisis, forcing an impossible choice between devastating cuts or a devastating default, directly undermines the safety and security of the people of Ohio's 13th district. House Republicans' demands would jeopardize Social Security payments for 110,000 seniors in places like Stowe, Hudson, and Twinsburg. It would cut Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Affairs coverage benefits for 322,000 families in cities like Barberton and Akron. It would threaten the retirement savings of 109 Northeast Ohioans who worked so hard so that they could retire securely. That's over half of my district, Mr. Speaker. Republicans demand significantly cut federal support to local law enforcement agencies and slash crime prevention grants heading into the summer. Law enforcement agencies in my district in Stark County are already understaffed and struggling to fill more than 80 positions across the country. Why, Mr. Speaker, do you want my people to suffer? Ohio's 13th district cannot afford these cuts. They will make our communities less safe, and I will not yield back while this community, by this caucus, why these Republicans are holding our communities hostage and making our communities safe, Mr.
No longer recognized. The gentlelady, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I always say that Vermont is held together with duct tape, twine, and hundreds of hours of volunteer service. The other thing that we know about Vermonters, they pay their bills. And they also stay when you're in the midst of an emergency, which is where we're at right now. I led my chamber. I led my Senate chamber. When you are facing a budgetary crisis, you don't leave. You stay. You engage. Doesn't matter if it's 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, or overnight, you stay. We are public servants, and I can't believe that not 5 so-called moderate Republicans, because we hear about them all the time, there are a group of reasonable Republicans. Where are they? We need just 5 to sign the discharge petition and be done with this. Pay our bills. That's what we're talking about. Pay our bills and not be held hostage and make dramatic cuts that are going to affect veterans, going to affect students, going to affect working families. That's what we're talking about. Where are they? Where are the 5 moderate Republicans we always hear about? They're not here. They're not here. They left. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, asking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The leader they worship, Donald J. Trump, the king of debt as he described himself, spellbound whenever he commands, they would crash our government and default on America. Never concerned with the soaring Trump debt that they supported, their sudden interest now in deficit reduction is really about undermining education, health, environmental protection, and social initiatives that they never supported in the first place. Their plan's not about debt reduction. It's only about making room for another round of tax cuts they've already scheduled for June to benefit the super rich, the giant multinational corporations, those who refuse to pay their fair share of our national security and other vital public services. Don't make Americans pay for Republican hypocrisy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is an outrage. Republicans want to drive us over the cliff into default and catastrophe and cut off health care and Social Security payments and drive up interest rates so more people are homeless and hungry. 5 Republicans could join all 213 Democrats and lift the debt ceiling right now, but they went home. My constituent Amy called me absolutely terrified that she is going to miss her Social Security payment. And if that happens, then she can't pay her rent and she won't have a place to live. Amy heard Republicans yesterday say the quiet part out loud. They said, "We don't want to negotiate with our hostage." Well, Amy is your hostage. She and millions like her, teachers, firefighters, seniors, veterans, are demanding that Republicans stop playing games with their lives. Donald Trump presided over the 3rd largest deficit increase in the debt ever because they spent almost $2 trillion on tax cuts for the wealthiest billionaires. And now they want poor and working people to pay that bill. Stop it. Pass a clean debt ceiling right now.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the extreme MAGA Republican effort to default on our debt, crash the economy, and trigger a job-killing recession. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have been focused on putting people over politics. Lower costs, better paying jobs, safer communities, fighting for reproductive freedom, defending democracy, ensuring an economy that works for everyday Americans. People over politics. And we've made clear from the very beginning that we're willing to find common ground with the other side of the aisle for the good of the American people whenever and wherever possible. But we've also made clear that we will fight extremism whenever necessary. And so we are here on the floor today because this default crisis is before the American people as a result of extreme MAGA Republicans making the political calculation that they will benefit in 2024 if they crash the economy, if America defaults, if we fail to pay our bills, if millions of people are made to suffer. Not our words. Those are the words of former President Donald Trump, the words of the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, the words of extreme MAGA Republicans at the very far right of their conference. A political calculation that we're going to take hostages, the American people, the economy, and threaten to crash the economy, hurt these hostages if necessary, or extract painful cuts to our veterans, to disabled children on Medicaid, to people who rely on nutrition assistance, including our veterans, to children, to teachers, to public safety, and of course to our military families. These are the stakes that are before the American people. That's why House Democrats are here on the floor fighting. How do we know that the other side of the aisle has made the determination that they are willing to default on our debt to crash the economy? Is because this default crisis is before the American people. On June 1st, America may run out of the ability to pay our bills, and extreme MAGA Republicans have chosen to get out of town before sundown, to flee Washington, D.C., to risk a dangerous default in a crisis that they've created. And these Republicans, they're going to say that Joe Biden refused to sit down with them. That's a fake narrative that they've continued to try to put into the public domain. They said that President Biden refused to talk for 97 days. A fake, false, fraudulent narrative. How do we know? The timeline is pretty clear. On February 1st, President Biden sat down with the Speaker of the House. They had a conversation in the Oval Office, and President Biden said that we will produce our budget on March 9th so that the American people know our values, know the types of investments that should be made for their health, their safety, and their economic well-being, and challenge the extreme MAGA Republicans to do the same thing. And on March 9th, President Biden produced his budget, a budget that will strengthen and protect Social Security, a budget that will build an economy from the middle out and the ground up, a budget that will cut the deficit by an additional $3 trillion on top of the $1.7 trillion that has already been cut by the Biden administration over the last 2 years. And then we waited for Republicans to produce their budget. Early March, no budget. Mid-March, no budget. Late March, no budget. Early April, no Republican budget. Mid-April, no Republican budget. And then on April 25th, they didn't produce a budget. They produced the Default on America Act. Not a budget, a ransom note, threatening to hurt the well-being of the American people with draconian cuts. They introduced it on April 25th. On April 26th, they voted on it. And they passed it simply because George Santos, a serial fraudster, provided the deciding vote. This is who they are. And then on April 27th, they got out of town. Some of them were overseas for 10 days. And then as soon as they got back into town, Tuesday, May 9th, President Biden, first opportunity he had, reconvened all of us in the Oval Office. That's the timeline. From the very beginning, Democrats have been willing to do two things. One, that America must pay our bills, period, full stop, in a manner consistent with what has been done under Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, including by House Democrats, making sure we avoided a default 3 times under the previous administration. Notwithstanding the fact we had strong policy disagreements with what Republicans were doing at the time, including passing the 2017 GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1%, sticking us with an additional $2 trillion worth of debt. Why? To subsidize the lifestyles of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We had strong policy disagreements with what was going on in the Trump administration, but we never threatened to default on our debt. That's the patriotic thing to do. And so we helped make sure we avoided a default 3 times, notwithstanding the fact that in our country's 247-year history, 25% of the nation's debt was racked up under the 4 years of the Trump administration. How dare you lecture America about fiscal responsibility with that shameful record? Notwithstanding the fact that you've racked up unprecedented amounts of debt to subsidize the rich, the richest amongst us, and big corporations. We never threatened a default. But yet here we are, a few days from America being unable to pay our bills because you've made a political calculation that you will be successful in 2024 if you crash the economy. That's wrong. That's cruel. That's un-American. Because you'll be hurting veterans, hurting children, hurting seniors, hurting young people, hurting everyday Americans. And that's why Democrats are here today in Washington, fighting hard against this unreasonable manufactured default crisis. This is a default crisis that is manufactured MAGA madness. It is repugnant, reckless, and reprehensible. It's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's American. And that's why House Democrats have remained on the House floor fighting hard for everyday Americans. That's why we are here, and we will continue to fight for working families, continue to fight for middle-class folks, continue to fight for all those who aspire to be part of the middle class, continue to fight for young people, continue to fight for older Americans, continue to fight for veterans, continue to fight for military families, continue to fight for people in urban America and rural America and suburban America and small-town America and the heartland of America, continue to fight for the people in Appalachia, continue to fight for the poor, the sick, and the afflicted, continue to fight for the least, the lost, and the left behind. House Democrats will continue to fight for everyday Americans to avoid a default, and we will not rest until victory is won.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, let me just start by saying thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you for your moral clarity and your leadership for all of us. As Memorial Day weekend approaches, and we remember those who gave so much, the last full measure of devotion, Republicans are adjourning the House and scurrying out of town, leaving behind the mess of their own making, walking out on paying our bills, turning their backs on gun violence crises, walking away from a broken immigration system. Democrats are ready to work. It is clear Republicans are not. Empty promises and messaging bills for the purpose of getting on Fox News or Newsmax is not real work. The real work is legislating solutions for America's families. We need leaders, not someone afraid of his own caucus, not folks who punch out in the middle of an unfinished work week. Leaders willing to serve the American people, not a corrupted base. That's what I signed up for when I ran for office. So I challenge the Republican majority, be public servants. When Republicans adjourn, I'm not going home. No, I'm heading to the border with many of my colleagues right here in this chamber to see how we can best develop a more humane, secure border. Democrats are not walking away from the hard issues. Republicans, come on back and do your job. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 346, to establish a task force on improvements for notices to air emissions and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was running to serve in this place back in 2018, I distinctly remember a telephone call that I got from a sitting member of Congress right before the July 4th holiday. And he said to me, "Are you ready to take a job where holidays may not be holidays anymore?" And I thought about it and I said, yes, I am. Well, here we are. We're on the eve of Memorial Day weekend. And let me just let the American public know that when we finished votes this morning, the Republicans rushed off the floor to fly home without getting this job done. The reasonable people are the ones who are still here, and they are all Democrats sitting on this side of the room. Where are the rest of the grown-ups? Many of my colleagues across the aisle seem unable to grasp the gravity of defaulting on our debt. Paying our bills is not something we should have to negotiate. It is a necessity of governing. A default will cause economic catastrophe. For Pennsylvania 7, default means 7,600 jobs killed, 105,000 families with Social Security payments in jeopardy, 282,000 people with Medicare, Medicaid, or VA health coverage at risk. It's time to stop playing games and protect working families from financial ruin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise seeking recognition for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 6,000 people participated in a telephone town hall of mine on Tuesday night. It allowed me to understand what's most important to the people of my district today. One issue came up over and over. Cheryl from Moline asked about access to food stamps and what would happen to Social Security payments if we default. Stacy from West Peoria was worried about what a default would mean for middle-class families. We're the forgotten ones, she told me. Gail, a veteran from Morrison, told me that she hates that politicians are about to take away her VA health care, something she uses every day. Celeste in Bloomington wonders what this means for mental health care. These are real people in my district who are scared, and rightly so. We can either choose to pay our bills, or we can put the lives of working families and seniors at risk. Real people told me what the right answer is. It's not scoring political points, and it sure as hell isn't driving our country's economy off the cliff. I call the Republicans to come back to work, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 10:15 a.m. on Thursday morning, with the U.S. on the brink of a devastating default, our colleagues across the aisle decided to call it a week. Turning your back on the American people to beat Memorial Day traffic is a new low for House Republicans. But House Republicans have left town while America speeds towards a devastating default, and they chose that route. They're willing to drive our nation off an economic cliff and trigger a global recession, cutting veterans' benefits, taking food from hungry families, and laying off first responders. The American people didn't send us here to play chicken with their retirement plans. House Republicans created this crisis. They can end it. There's an off-ramp from this highway to hell. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want the far right driving our national agenda. Responsible Republicans need to come to the table for the American people, not skip town with the MAGA extremists. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's shed light on the Republicans' broken promises to our veterans. I have the privilege of serving as the ranking member of the normally bipartisan Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee. However, this year my Republican colleagues plan to slash medical care for toxic-exposed veterans, rolling back a promise this body made just last year when we passed the bipartisan PACT Act into law. The PACT Act created the Toxic Exposures Fund. It's a pledge in law to provide a dedicated funding source to ensure the care related to toxic exposures will always be set aside and not have to compete with other veterans' priorities at VA and other agencies. As you can see in this chart, from the Republicans' VA budget report, President Biden honored this promise by carefully calculating the need, proposing $20.3 billion for the TEF in his FY24 budget. But Republicans' bill only provides $5.5 billion, a quarter of the request. Not only do they shortchange the TEF by $14.7 billion in 24, but Republicans completely eliminate it. They zero it out in 25. Republicans can protest all they want, but their broken promise to our veterans is right here in black and white. We must keep our promise to our veterans, just like Joe Biden and Democrats do. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because after weeks of pointing fingers on the debt ceiling negotiations, House Republicans have finally shown their true colors. It's Republican leadership that controls this chamber. It's Speaker McCarthy who controls the floor. Yet instead of working overtime to make sure that we don't default on our nation's debt, send the economy into a tailspin, and stop the benefits of millions of Americans, members of Congress are going home this weekend. And the interesting thing is many of these folks, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are the same people that clowned me on Twitter for not having the best credit after my campaign and being denied an apartment here in D.C. Imagine the hypocrisy of poor shaming working people for trying to pay off their debts and then turn around and refuse to pay the country's debt to pay for the tax cuts for billionaires. It's distasteful, it's disgraceful, and we have to do better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mariana Island seek recognition?
the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, the last day of the week when members get to vote by 11 o'clock and then they start running out that door, I usually am envious. Today, I'm actually astonished. Astonished in that the problem before us, and people have decided to take a break for Memorial Day. If I have to go home, I have to go home and face 700 families, veterans and their families, and their question is going to be, what's going to happen to our benefits? You might have to fill up extra paperwork to get it. And people will lose access to their food benefits, their health benefits. Teachers, firemen, first responders, police officers, these are individuals who are going to lose their access to the benefits that they usually get, either from Social Security, from their VA checks, and etc. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should all come back tomorrow and continue the work we have before us. It's too important to allow us to go home. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we are in the midst of a manufacturing crisis that will have very real, devastating consequences for the American people. The extreme MAGA Republicans have taken the American economy hostage and presented the country with two disastrous choices: default or draconian spending cuts. A default will erase millions of jobs, trigger a recession, devastate retirement accounts, and increase borrowing costs. On the other hand, the cuts being promoted by the extreme MAGA Republicans will take Medicaid away from millions, snatch food assistance away from families, and even slash veterans' health care. We need 5 moderate Republicans to sign the petition. New York State sent 5 moderate Republicans to the House. Where are they today? New York State, please take notice. When we needed them, they were not here doing right by the American people.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to urge my Republican colleagues, although I don't see them, to put people over politics. I invite 5 of my Republican colleagues to simply sign the petition to raise the debt ceiling. This will directly impact my Queens families if action is not taken. It would kill over 7,000 jobs in my district, jeopardize Social Security payments for over 85,000 families, threaten retirement savings of over 100,000 people. This Memorial Day weekend, it is not enough to march in parades and post pictures on social media. Republicans are risking benefits for over 300,000 people in my district alone that rely on Medicare, Medicaid, or Veterans Affairs health coverage. Simply smiling and posing for pictures with veterans as they work to cut veterans' benefits and lay off first responders. This is unacceptable. We just need 5 Republican colleagues to save our country.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot believe it's come to this. It's astonishing and frankly angering that Republicans have chosen to take Memorial Day weekend off when they've spent the last 3 weeks working overtime to shortchange our veterans and military members. Let's be clear about what has happened here. Republicans are walking away because they can't get their way, because President Biden won't cave to their anti-service member, anti-veteran demands. So instead, we're teetering on the verge of a default that would disproportionately harm our nation's heroes. Because when the government runs out of money on June 1st, guess whose benefits are on the chopping block? Veterans. And it's all because Republicans decided to play with fire without stopping to think who might get burned. Our service members and their families deserve so much better. We all do. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise its prior remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm new here, but I came here to work across the aisle and to actually get things done. But here we are on the eve of our country's default, and my Republican colleagues aren't even here to work with. This isn't difficult. The United States government contracted for and received goods and services. Now it must pay for them. We must pay our bills. Default would be catastrophic for the people in Louisville, Kentucky. New car loans would go up by $800. Mortgages for new homes would increase by $38,000. 317,000 families, seniors, and veterans risk losing their benefits, not to mention the long-term damage to our currency and reputation around the world. The alternative, proposed by extreme Republicans, is that we slash benefits to our veterans and to needy kids instead of closing tax loopholes for billionaires and mega corporations. This is fiscally irresponsible and it's morally wrong. Do better, sign the discharge petition, and get this done to save our economy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm Greg Casada. I'm a brand new member of Congress representing Texas, and I'm standing over here on the Republican side of the aisle, not because I'm a Republican. I'm a Democrat, but I want the American people to see that there isn't any Republicans in the seats here behind me on the eve of our default. Where are the Republicans? This is not a simple political disagreement. This is a dire crisis being imposed on the working people of America. The American people could lose millions of jobs. You could lose your house. Your kids could lose their job. People can lose their savings, and they aren't even here. They want to burn the house down and blame the firefighters for the flames. They're listening to Donald Trump, who's saying, do a default. That is shameful. It is dangerous. There's no patriotism in this. There's no morality in this. And we just need 5 Republicans to sign on to the discharge petition with us to save the American people. We need the American people to speak up about why the Republicans are not in these empty chairs. The American people can save us. The Democrats are aligned and ready to avoid a default and make sure that billionaires pay their fair share and folks aren't kicked off their health care or deprived of food. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, where are our Republican colleagues? They are in charge in this chamber. They manufactured this crisis. If any of my neighbors left work before noon, they would be fired. The country is on a deadline, and the Republicans that are in charge in this chamber just simply left. It's mind-boggling part, the really mind-boggling part, is that the same mega Republicans that manufactured this crisis voted not 1, not twice, but 3 times under the previously forever impeached president with no issues. Republicans love to talk about fiscal this, spending that, but not when it comes to tax cuts to mega billionaires or when it comes to funding bombs and wars that our country and our world doesn't need. There are so completely disconnected with the American people and what the lives of the American people are like. A delay in Social Security check would hurt our seniors. Instability of whether or not they're going to have health care coverage next week is just simply wrong. A default on our debt for the first time in our history would be devastating for the American people, and they just left.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Who's next?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the Republicans have skipped town.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Yes, Mr.
Without objection,
Speaker,
the
I do.
gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because The Republicans have skipped town. They're leaving behind a ransom note on the full faith and credit of the United States. One Republican congressman said, quote, "My conservative colleagues don't feel like we should negotiate with our hostage, but the real hostages are American seniors, veterans, and working families." Donald Trump said, quote, "If they don't give you massive cuts, you're going to have to do a default." But that's not what he said back in 2019. Back then, he said the debt ceiling was, quote, "a very sacred thing in our country that we can never play with." He was right then. Instead of cutting costs on the backs of working people, we should require billionaires and corporations to pay their fair share. But Republicans in Congress would rather put veterans' health care on the chopping block. Most Americans, most Republicans don't support that. Let's get serious and get back to work. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and extend our remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today on behalf of the children of Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District at risk of going hungry in face of this cruel Republican default. Extreme MAGA Republicans are proposing cuts to 200,000 Head Start slots and 180,000 child care slots nationwide. Y'all, that's more than 300,000 families who will be thrown into a devastating bind. When families don't have access to care, they can't get to work, making it harder to put food on the table every day. This is a real-life dilemma facing parents like Chelsea and Dorian in Clayton County, Georgia. Two mamas who are looking for jobs, but y'all facing one major roadblock: childcare. Now extreme MAGA Republicans are threatening to make their childcare search even harder. That or risk a disastrous default on our debt. Republicans are headed home for barbecues and hanging out with their families, making their priorities clear. But a great speaker once said, "Sometimes you have to take a punch and give a punch for the children." Y'all, I'm ready to fight for a solution on behalf of our children, and I'm waiting for my Republican colleagues who are brave enough to fight alongside me for the children, putting people over politics. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend or revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to fight for our nation's service members and push back against the extreme MAGA agenda wish list that will yank the rug out from under American families, small businesses, and our enlisted military members. Pay for our soldiers, benefit for our veterans, military readiness, and more are in serious jeopardy. We risk America's health and safety, and we risk hurting America's middle class, all because the MAGA wing continues to control the GOP. This manufactured crisis jeopardizes national security and will ruin our economy. My colleagues across the aisle, who clearly aren't here right now, must choose. Will they crash the economy on purpose? Will they destroy jobs and American livelihoods? Or will they stand up for our troops, veterans, families, and seniors? There is a word for people who take hostages: terrorists. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Republican plan to destroy our nation's economy. Right now, hundreds of Republican members of Congress have rushed out of town to go on vacation with their friends and family. Democrats are here ready to work. Americans are facing the reality of losing their retirement savings, jobs, and health care. Here are just some of the extreme demands that House Republicans have made. They want to cut 100,000 jobs for teachers. They want to put health insurance at risk for 21 million Americans. They want to put food assistance at risk for 1 million Americans. This is cruel and shameful. Let's be clear, House Republicans want to tank the economy, and they want to give tax cuts to billionaires and large corporations. We have a default on our debt coming because House Republicans would rather be on vacation than get to work. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we are just days away from catastrophic economic default. House Republicans are playing politics with the lives of the American people to further an extremist agenda. Putting the American economy at risk is reckless and dangerous. In my district, default would eliminate 7,300 jobs, jeopardize Social Security for 93,000 families, put health benefits at risk for 281,000 people who rely on Medicare, Medicaid, or VA health coverage. Their proposals do not solve any of our economic problems. In fact, the default on America is an egregious bill that puts vulnerable families at risk. Their plan would be disastrous in my state of Connecticut. 2,800 kids would lose access to preschool and child care. 12,000 mothers would be blocked from food assistance, and it would threaten medical care for 57,000 veterans. It is a disgrace that leading into Memorial Day, House Republicans have ghosted the city and left. I urge my colleagues to come back to Washington, pay our bills, and end this now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are days away from defaulting on our debt for the first time in our nation's history. Extreme MAGA Republicans have needlessly manufactured an economic crisis and refused to release their grip on the American people. Why do I say the American people? Because the cuts that they want are going to cut 7 million jobs, millions access to Medicare, slash critical funding for education, food for children. For what? To protect the shameless protection of tax cuts that they did in their bill that have added $3 trillion to the debt that they now want to cover off of the backs of the American people. Shameless. They are shameless. This flagrant disregard for the lives of everyday Americans and the economic stability of our country demonstrates the House GOP's corrupt and misguided priorities. Do not deprive our elders, veterans, and children to meet the demands, the insatiable greed of your constituents, the American rich. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on my Republican colleagues to stop playing ideological games and to do the jobs that they were sent here to do. As our country teeters on the brink of an economic catastrophe, they rushed out of town and abandoned their responsibilities just like they want the United States to abandon our fiscal responsibilities. House Republicans have made their message clear. Their needs come before the needs of hardworking families, seniors, children, students, and veterans. They are willing to hold our economy hostage and are willing to risk the livelihoods of millions of Americans with devastating cuts to vital programs that keep folks housed, fed, healthy, and secure. But Democrats are united. We stand ready to pass a clean debt ceiling and to do what is best for our country and the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The failed wars in Afghanistan and Iraq added trillions of dollars to the debt, and both began under a Republican president. The 2001, 2003, and 2017 tax cuts added trillions to the debt, and each one began under a Republican president. The Great Recessions of 2008 and 2020 added trillions to the debt, and each one began under a Republican president. The Trump administration alone accounted for 1/4 of all the debt accumulated since 2000. The Republican Party is like an arsonist who burns down your home and then blames you for the fire and then lectures you on fire safety. The fiscal responsibility of House Republicans is as fictional as George Santos. The House GOP is threatening to default in America unless it can extract draconian budget cuts against our seniors, veterans, essential workers, and families with children. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a negotiation. That is an extortion of the American people. That is, in the words of Matt Gaetz, a hostage taking that will threaten to transform a Republican-made debt problem into a Republican-made debt crisis. I yield
Time's
back.
expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise for the millions of American families that will suffer due to the manufactured debt ceiling crisis. Defaulting on our sovereign debt will be a disaster, from Wall Street to Main Street, to streets in my district, and to the kitchen table. Our economy is being held hostage for so-called work requirements that disproportionately harm women and people with disabilities and people of color. Just one example, food insecurity is at the highest level in 4 years, but MAGNA Republicans will only prevent a financial catastrophe if we cut SNAP benefits for families, for veterans, for students, and for our seniors. This would only deepen the hardships that vulnerable Americans face. Shame on you, Republicans. There's a simple solution to averting catastrophe. Pass a clean debt ceiling bill. Quit playing games with our country's future, and come on back to Washington and let's do your job.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
We're here on the last day of this session. Republicans have decided to skip town. But what this debt ceiling debate really is about is the fact that they have run up a bill, Republicans have run up a bill that they now do not want to pay. They have run up this bill with extremely excessive military spending. They have run up this bill with extraordinary tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this country. And now when it comes down to time to pay for this bill, they do not want to pay it. And not only that, but they are accusing Democrats of saying we spend too much. For anyone that wants to entertain that thought, I ask you to think about the last time a person has said in this country that the government does too much for them, that their Social Security check was too high, that teachers are paid too much. When was the last time anyone has heard or seen that?
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
To speak on the whole House floor for 1 minute.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to demand that Speaker McCarthy and Republican colleagues, my Republican colleagues in the House, return so that we can pass a clean bill to prevent a devastating default. Let me be very clear. We as members of Congress have a solemn obligation to pay our nation's bills and to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. We have never defaulted on our debt. But this time, House Republicans are refusing to address the debt limit unless we cut serious programs that Alabama families that I represent need most, like veteran benefits and food assistance for our seniors and children. Madam Speaker, if this is a manufactured crisis, Republicans could pass a clean debt ceiling bill, but chose not to. We passed such 3 times under the Trump administration. But today, Republicans have chosen to send us home instead of doing our job. Our job is to protect the American people and to make sure that the full faith and credit of the American government stands. It has never been in default and shouldn't be in default now. This is a dereliction of duty, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today reporting for duty to our country, to our communities, to our Constitution, and most importantly, for New Mexico. But as you can see, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I can't say the same for my Republican colleagues right here who hightailed it out of town because they decided that their weekend plans were more important than showing up for the American people. It's reckless. It's disturbing. It is fundamentally irresponsible. Here we are on the verge of an economic crisis, and they're demanding that we cut programs for housing, food, and our veterans. So let me say this to my friends on the other side of the aisle. If you're so concerned about people getting to work, how about you show up to do your own job? How about you show up for the American people? How about you show up and do the job you were elected to do, and let's pass a clean debt ceiling and ensure that we save our economy and serve our communities. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek Maryland seek recognition? My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm seeking 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. And we've made a commitment to every Social Security recipient in America, to the Medicare and Medicaid recipients, to the veterans, to the bondholders of the United States, that we would pay their debts as we are fiscally, morally, politically, and constitutionally required to do. And yet, Donald Trump has issued the order. He said it's inevitable. Default on the debt of the United States for the first time in American history. Crash the economy. Lose 9 or 10 million jobs. And so now, in the words of Florida Representative Matt Gaetz, who appears not to be here right now, the GOP will not negotiate with their hostage. Who's the hostage? The American people are the hostage. Our government is hostage. The Constitution is hostage. So I want to introduce the MAGA Republicans who have split today, but who increased the debt ceiling 3 times under Donald Trump, who gave us a quarter of all the debt of the United States between George Washington and Joe Biden. I want to introduce them to the Constitution of the United States. The validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, do you see what I see? No Republicans. And because they're not here to do your job, America's jobs are at risk. 8.3 million American jobs can be lost because Republicans want to hold us hostage and force a default. 30,000 Nevadans who are struggling right now to keep their jobs, to pay their rent, to afford their mortgage, will see the effects if Republicans are successful in causing a default on America. 60,000 veterans in my district could lose their health benefits. 73,000 families and children in Nevada could lose SNAP food benefits. Food benefits, Madam Speaker. 253,000 kicked off health insurance on Medicaid, and 1,300 preschool and child care slots, which are vital to work. Madam Speaker, I would have time if the Speaker of this House would call us back into session, and I will continue to do my job to speak on behalf of my constituents who sent me here to work on their behalf. Madam Speaker, call this House back to session. Let's do our job.
Time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to condemn the extreme Republicans' actions to hold our economy hostage and the refusal to pass a clean bill to raise the debt. Today we are 7 days from defaulting on our nation's debt, 7 days from seniors losing their Social Security checks, 7 days for our veterans losing their health care benefits, 7 days from our country losing all financial credibility. Not only are the Republicans determined to cut billions from vital programs, they're also now telling members to go home for the weekend. Hard to believe. We came to Congress to work on issues important to our states and our country. American families are depending on us to pay our bills on time, just like they do every single month. But as our nation is on the brink of an economic tailspin, Republicans are headed to the airport. Well, folks, America is running out of runway to avoid a default. It's time we acted like it. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we stand on the precipice of a self-inflicted crisis precipitated by Speaker McCarthy's loyalty to the most extreme members of his caucus. These far-right members are refusing to negotiate in good faith. They have continuously moved the goalposts time and time again. But now there is no time to spare. 7 days until we reach X date. We need an agreement now to raise the debt limit and to take it off the table for future hostage holding. We'd all love to be with our families right now, to be home for the weekend celebrating and marking and observing the solemn occasion of Memorial Day. Our constituents would like to see us there, but they need us here. Democrats stand ready to do what's necessary. Republicans have all gone home. As we mark the memories of those who served our country, who made the ultimate sacrifice, let us think of the sacrifice we're willing to make to put America's full faith and credit back on good standing. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Newsflash. Extreme MAGA Republicans hold the nation hostage, put America's full faith and credit in jeopardy, and flirt with economic disaster. Imagine seniors not getting their Social Security checks, unemployment spiking, small businesses closing their doors, 401ks and pensions tanking. President Biden has been negotiating in good faith, agreeing to future spending caps and other concessions, but they want more. They want to cut programs for seniors, veterans, children, all while protecting tax cuts for the very wealthy. So I ask, will Republicans make a deal or cause a disaster, asking for a few million hardworking Central Floridians? But mark my words, if you break it, you own it, and we'll make sure the American people know about it. Thanks, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and revise my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. We are at the brink of defaulting on the U.S. debt, bringing economic devastation to the world economy and downgrading our credit rating, which increases our debt. My Republican colleagues have decided to leave for the weekend, dodging their responsibility to this nation. All they've offered us is political theater with a piece of legislation that would bring devastating cuts to 15% of the federal budget and no willingness to reverse the Trump tax cuts that benefited their millionaire and billionaire donors. Last week, my GOP colleagues used every breath to honor the brave men and women of law enforcement, yet their bill would cut up to $10 billion from federal law enforcement funding and would result in a 22% cut to border security. Their bill would cut 27,000 wildland firefighters as fire season is starting in the West, putting more lives at risk. So I ask my colleagues, stop the political theater, sign our discharge petition, let's get to work passing a reasonable budget that invests in working families.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The well-being of the American people should never be used as a political bargaining chip. But that is exactly what House MAGA Republicans are doing. Yesterday, my friend Matt Gaetz, who appears to be the lead MAGA debt ceiling negotiator, let the cat out of the bag when he told us that most of his caucus, quote, don't feel like we should negotiate with our hostage, end quote. Who is the hostage that MAGA Republicans have tied to a chair and left in the basement while they leave to enjoy the holiday weekend? It is none other than the American people and our economy. Why are they doing it after voting 3 times for a clean debt ceiling under Donald Trump? Because they want to ruin the economy, blame it on President Biden, and pave the way to re-elect their savior, Donald Trump. How despicable. We need 5 Republicans to sign the discharge petition so the House can vote on a clean debt ceiling bill and continue moving our nation forward. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're on the brink of defaulting on our debt, and that would be apocalyptic. Millions of jobs would be lost, mortgage and credit card rates would skyrocket, retirement accounts would be devalued, and a recession would be triggered. And the crazy math being offered by the Republicans isn't adding up. The Speaker says the defense budget and taxes are off the negotiating table. That's 75% of the budget. Cutting the remaining budget would have an even greater devastating impact for every American. What's worse, the Republicans have left town while the Speaker allows us to be pushed towards a default that hurts everybody, including our veterans. Veterans, VA appointments would be canceled. Veterans looking to buy a home will be hit by higher interest rates. Veterans who have credit card bills will face higher interest rates. If House Republicans cause a default, more than 7 million veterans and their family will lose essential benefits that they have earned. Stop this madness. Come back to work. Let's address this problem. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to voice my opposition to the House Republicans adjourning for the holiday while leaving the American people in limbo. And I get tired of being lectured by Republicans about debts and deficits. 25% of the entire national debt was accumulated under the 4 years of the Trump administration, and every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for their Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited, and every Republican administration since Nixon has left for their Democratic successors a worse deficit situation than they inherited, all without exception. Now, Speaker McCarthy has presented a false choice. Either we default on our debts for the first time in history, or we agree to devastating cuts in education, law enforcement, veterans benefits, food assistance, border security, and health care, and go into a recession. But House Republicans created this crisis. It's time they ended by at least 5 of them signing the discharge petition and agreeing to responsibly pay our nation's debts. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, people at home who might be listening to this may be wondering, why is it so important that Speaker McCarthy pay our nation's bills on time? Why does Speaker McCarthy need to do that? It's because of what can happen if he doesn't. It isn't just that seniors won't get their Social Security checks on time. It isn't just that veterans won't get their medical care at VA hospitals. It isn't just that Medicare and Medicaid bills won't get processed. It's that interest rates will immediately go up because interest rates reflect the risk of non-repayment. If we don't repay our national debt, interest rates go up on this country. We fall into a recession. Millions of jobs will go away. It's a horrible situation. Speaker McCarthy needs to pay our bills on time, and this is a grotesque negotiation he has going on over at the White House even as we speak, because whoever cares least about the well-being of America and America's standing in the world in that negotiation wins the negotiation. Speaker McCarthy, do your job. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, around the world, our adversaries are watching a manufactured crisis play out. This is the chaos dictators like Xi and Putin have been hoping for. The leader of the free world on the brink of default, facing the very real possibility that we won't even be able to pay our own troops. My question for the majority party is simple. Haven't the American people been through enough? Over 1 million Americans dead from a pandemic that hit us 3 years ago. Rising costs and supply chain disruptions. Stresses on our education system. George Floyd murdered 3 years ago today. January 6th that saw our Capitol under siege. Americans do not need more pain, especially manufactured pain. GOP, come back to
Gentlewoman's
town.
time's expired.
Deliver for the American people, end this debt crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I call on my Republican colleagues today to stop holding our nation's economy hostage. It's dangerous. It's unconscionable, knowing the devastating impact that it is going to have on the American working families. Kim from Van Buren Township in my district called my office yesterday scared. She is in the process of buying a house and thinks she should stop because she's worried that the nation's economy is going to tank. She reflects the American people and their concerns. But Republicans will be posting messages of support for veterans on social media this weekend while advocating for a plan that will abandon all of those veterans and their families at a moment they need their country most. Republican colleagues, I'm staying. I'm missing my goddaughter's wedding because I have a job to do. Where are you?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in the Massachusetts 7th, the single mom in Randolph who depends on SNAP to feed her babies, the disabled veteran in Chelsea who relies on SSDI, families in Roxbury struggling to pay rent and their mortgages. My colleagues across the aisle say that they care about seniors, veterans, children, and families, but in the words of James Baldwin, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. The Republicans continue to govern in a way that is clueless, callous, and with great contempt, and I would say godless, because faith without works is dead. Republicans want us to make an impossible choice. Extreme, drastic cuts to life-saving programs or a catastrophic default on our debt, both of which would impact our most vulnerable. And this is a manufactured crisis. That is a false choice. If Republicans had even an ounce of compassion, Democrats want to change and save lives, and Republicans want to play with yours. And the American people are currently in limbo because of it. Stop playing with people's lives. This is not a game. Pass a clean debt ceiling increase.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, fact. Republicans went home. Fact. Their side of the chamber is empty. Fact. They do not want to negotiate, and they are holding our economy hostage to a ransom note of partisan demands. Fact. They are taking Medicaid away from millions, firing teachers, removing children from child care, and ripping food assistance away from our families. They are even slashing veterans' health care. Fact, their plan would cut jobs. Republicans are playing political games. They have even said that they are holding us hostage and will not negotiate. But you know what, Madam Speaker? It is the American people. It is our children, like who are in the gallery today, that they are holding hostage. It is obvious that Republicans are defaulting on our debt. Instead of honoring our sacred obligation to pay our bills, Democrats will not let the Bank of Justice be destroyed by MAGA Republicans. We come to this floor today, the people's house, to put people over politics, to demand that Speaker McCarthy.
The gentlewoman's no longer recognized. The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentlewoman's no longer recognized. The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, ahead of Memorial Day, I'm thinking about the 49,000 veterans in my district whose VA benefits hang in the balance due to the risk of debt default. It is incredibly disappointing that we would leave Washington before this important holiday without resolving the default crisis. Our veterans who have given so much deserve much better than this. They deserve our unwavering dedication and commitment, not just words, but in action. They don't deserve partisan political games. As we prepare to honor the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice, let's also honor the veterans still with us by staying true to our duty. Let's remember the debt we owe to them and the responsibility that we bear. I urge my colleagues to get back to work and prioritize the needs of our veterans. Let's stay, let's get to work, let's find a solution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Ms. Wiley. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of New Jersey's 8th Congressional District to highlight how the House GOP's debt limit demands will hurt our families. If the Republicans' bill is adopted into law, over 20,000 families in our district will be affected by cuts to lifelines like SNAP. And while the House Republicans leave town for Memorial Day, they're at the same time targeting 9,000 veterans in our district whose VA health resources will be cut, making it more difficult for them to access the care that they deserve. The Republicans' legislation would also devastate our public schools, cutting federal funds that help support the education of over 100,000 students in our district. Meanwhile, the 98,000 households in New Jersey who spend more than 30% of their income on rent, working families, would face severe cuts to the federal housing assistance programs that enable them to stay in their homes. While House Democrats support investing in our communities, the House Republicans are looking to burden them with deep cuts to these essential programs. I stand with House Democrats in opposing the House GOP's reckless and cruel cuts, and I urge Speaker McCarthy to bring his members back to have a vote on this important deal. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask my friends in the majority to think about this from a different perspective. It is June, and you all have defaulted on America. Millions of people have lost their jobs. Our economy is in shambles. And you would look back and you would say to yourself, there were things we could have done. We should not have left. We should not have left D.C. We should not have left the Capitol. And there are solutions. There is a discharge petition behind me. 213 members have signed it. We just need 5 more, and we have a vote. There is a bipartisan solution from the Problem Solvers Caucus. We can vote on it early next week. You can lock leadership in a room, negotiate, finish this thing. It requires, however, folks to come back to work, to gavel us back in and protect millions and millions of people from losing their jobs.
Time's expired.
Come back. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Once again, I'm standing here today while House Republican leadership has failed to do the bare minimum. Where are they? The Republican side of this chamber is vacant, while House Democrats have remained at the ready to do their jobs and pay America's bills. It is fiscally responsible to pay our bills, and doing so would protect my friends, neighbors, and constituents in West Michigan from disastrous consequences. Defaulting would kill nearly 8,000 jobs in my district alone, jeopardize Social Security payments for nearly 90,000 families, and mean financial chaos on an unprecedented scale, hurting working families across the country. House Republican solutions? Instead, cut nearly 30,000 law enforcement jobs. The party that says that they back the blue wants to take their jobs away. This is a false choice. There is a bill sitting right here that needs just 5 more Republicans. We invite them to sign it. We can and must act now. It's Congress's job to get this done.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we stand here today 7 days away from the X date, the date that our nation will default on the full faith and credit of our nation's financial debt for the first time since the War of 1812. Mr. Speaker, it is not too late for us to stop such a catastrophe by passing a clean debt limit bill, just as Congress has done 78 times since 1960. Interestingly, the president who signed the most debt limit extension bills was Speaker McCarthy's hero, Ronald Reagan, 18 times in 8 years. I would ask McCarthy to heed Reagan's words that he said in 1987 when he signed one of those bills at the height of the Cold War. He said, "The United States has a special responsibility to itself and the world to meet its obligations. It means that we have a well-earned reputation of reliability and credibility, 2 things that set us apart from the rest of the world. In 2023, we have adversaries, China and Russia, who are watching with glee as we as a nation are about to, just for no good reason,
The gentleman's time's expired.
not maintain our financial debt. They are waiting and want to pounce in terms of de-dollarizing world currencies that rely on us in international trade. Pass a clean debt limit bill for the sake of our nation and free democracies.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We've heard claims from Republican leadership that they've passed a bill to lift the debt ceiling. That's laughable. What they did was pass a wish list to reassure their most extreme members. Make no mistake, they have no plan. I just consulted with the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. They haven't even agreed on the top line numbers for this year's appropriations process, let alone move forward to implement the extreme cuts that they imagine are going to happen. I just left a trade subcommittee hearing where a parade of witnesses from both parties said we needed to invest more in the customs and border protection to protect Americans from fentanyl. Without a plan, they will continue to target the poor and protect the privileged and get nothing done. America deserves better. Let's pass a clean debt ceiling proposal and get back to work.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, extreme Republicans are driving our economy towards a devastating default. They're holding the economy hostage. Holding our economy hostage hurts all Americans, especially communities of color and low-income communities. Republicans don't want to close loopholes for billionaires. Instead, their ransom demands that we kick out families out of their homes, that we rip away food assistance from grandma and grandpa, from women, infant, and children, that we cut access to child care and make it easier for industries to pollute our communities. Democrats are united. We agree that America must pay its bills and continue to lower costs for working families, not default. Republicans must stop these dangerous games and come back to work. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues are presently fiddling while Rome burns, but I come to praise my Republican colleagues, not to bury them. I come to praise my friend Patrick McHenry for his wisdom just 6 months ago when he said that he opposes Speaker McCarthy's plan to use the debt limit to cut spending, when he said that it is important that Congress raise the debt limit, when he said that Treasury markets are the lifeblood of the global economy, when he said it is an important function of the government for us to make good on the checks we cash. I come to praise the July 2019 version of Speaker McCarthy, when he said, we should not leave here without doing something on the debt ceiling. Where are those brave, principled souls now? And the answer, Madam Speaker, as you know, not here. Empty, inconsistent rhetoric does not pay the bills. The American people know that, and I hope the American people will remind my Republican colleagues of those work requirements of this job during their upcoming 11-day vacation.
Expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Yes, ma'am. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With Memorial Day on my mind, I rise today to call on House Republicans to stop playing dangerous political games, manufacturing a crisis that has driven American economy to the brink of default. And to our veterans, and for our veterans, a default would have severe consequences. It would mean wounded warriors losing out on physical therapy sessions that could get them back on their feet. A Purple Heart recipient missing a disability check that they use to make ends meet. Or a student veteran coming up short on paying tuition. Our servicemen and women have stood up for us, and now it's time for us to stand up for them. Defaulting on our debt would be a dereliction of our duty. The dangerous game playing must stop. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today's Los Angeles Times, their column, when Kevin McCarthy's spending cuts get spelled out, even Republicans balk. My friends, the Republicans do not have the votes to pass their shameful cuts. What House Republicans have done is they have manufactured a crisis and a false choice, inflict pain and harm on hardworking American people, on children, families, seniors, veterans, or we will crash the economy. Why? Because they believe it will help them politically. My state of Connecticut, cuts would lead to 2,800 kids losing access to preschool and childcare, 12,000 mothers blocked from food assistance. This is my plea to the American people. Get on the phone, call Republican members of this Congress, tell them to raise that debt ceiling and to stop hurting American families. Let us make sure that they do not have the votes to pass these shameful cuts. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rushed down to the floor because I just read a headline that said that the Republicans are not headed to negotiations today. And in fact, all of the Republicans have quit here on a Thursday morning and have left town. Meanwhile, back home in Tampa, I know that one of my neighbors is expecting their Social Security check at the end of next week, and that is at risk. I have another neighbor in St. Petersburg on a fixed income, watching their retirement savings, expecting machinations in the market, and worried about the ability to pay rent. Republicans have left Americans wondering, why do you want to inflict job losses? Why do you want to risk a recession? Meanwhile, Democrats are here because we want to avoid those kind of things. We want to avoid job losses, avoid falling into a recession, avoid harm to veterans, avoid the harms to our neighbors, higher cost, harm to our small business owners. Enough of this manufactured MAGA crisis. People need to we've got to put people over politics for a change and stop this careening from one crisis to another, chaos inflicted by the GOP. Put people over politics, get back to work. Let's fix this for the people we represent.
The gentlewoman's time's
home.
expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen all over the country, welcome to the United States Congress. Only today, while we are facing a debt crisis, all of the Republicans have left to go out of town. They've gotten to their cars and their limos, and they're catching planes to go home while we are teetering on the brink of disaster. What kind of leadership is that, Kevin McCarthy? We've heard the list. We know what the cuts are going to affect. They're going to affect law enforcement, veterans affairs, food assistance, education, 401k retirement plans, pension plans, and cuts to Social Security payments. So how can you leave town and not be here to deal with this? All we need are 5 Republicans to sign this discharge petition, and it goes away. It's over with. But everybody else has left. And so what you see here today are members of the Democratic Party making an American argument that we have a responsibility to pay our debts. And they're gone. Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life on that side of the aisle.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans are playing political games and threatening to default on our country's debt. The extreme MAGA Republicans have taken over the House of Representatives, and they're creating a crisis that they've created, they've manufactured in their minds, and now they're trying to convince the American people what they're doing is right. It's not right for them to make cruel cuts to hurt children, seniors, veterans, teachers, threatening a devastating default on our debt. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, the Republicans gave billions of dollars in tax cuts to the biggest corporations and the wealthiest people in America. That was step one. Now, step two, they're coming after you, the hardworking American people, saying, now we're going to take away from you after you've actually done so much for your country. They're stepping into this situation. They want to take food away from children and seniors. They want to see us lay off 100,000 teachers and take away child care from children. They are doing this only to try to score political points.
Expired.
Let's get back to work, Republicans. Let's do the right thing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Where are they? Where did they go? Where are they? Did they leave us for a recession, allowing revenues to fall and borrowing costs to skyrocket? Where are they? Capital markets and loans will be out of reach, and many small businesses won't make their payment at the end of the month. Where are they? The world is looking at us and questioning our leadership and where we're going to move and how we're going to save our own people and what our values. Where are they in this time of need? I know where the Democrats are. They're right here talking about how we will stand for them and not allow this man-made, this Republican-made default on America to last. Where are they? They need to get back here and get back here now for the sake of the American people. The world is watching us. They're looking. They're saying that we may not have to worry about our competitors. We don't have to worry about them. We have to worry about our MAGA Republicans who have decided to leave and not address the issues that are most important to America today. Where are they? Come on back here and get the word.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Madam Speaker, and I rise today with a very simple message. The debt ceiling has outlived its usefulness. It is time to eliminate the debt ceiling. We have to do so because these issues that we are dealing with currently are only the genesis. The revelations will lead us to other issues involving the social agenda. Budgetary items will not be the only items on this extortion agenda. It's time to end the debt ceiling and let us move forward and negotiate as we appropriately should and have done lo these many years. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As a co-chair of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, I am so proud to hold the floor today with the United House Democratic Caucus. Let's be crystal clear. The only reason that we're here right now is because Republicans are playing politics with people's lives. This crisis has been engineered to rip food out of the mouths of hungry families, take back the benefits our veterans have earned, and kick children out of childcare. Or they tell us we can default on our debt and march right into a global economic disaster. And now they've gone home for the holiday. Madam Speaker, 87 Democrats spoke before me over the last several hours. 87 Democrats have pleaded with you on behalf of our constituents to keep the House in session, to prevent a default on our debt. Democrats held the floor. Madam Speaker, Speaker McCarthy, will you join us? I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We just heard a lot of speeches at a very high volume on the topic of the debt ceiling, and many of them had an accompanying visual that said House Republicans are forcing a default on our debt. Now, that's a very strange statement, given that the House has already passed a bill to stop us from defaulting on our debt. Weeks ago, the House passed a bill to raise the debt ceiling. I'll say that again. The House has passed a bill to raise the debt ceiling that protects Social Security, protects Medicare, protects our veterans, and puts us on the more fiscally sustainable path that Americans are demanding. Now, that bill is sitting in the Senate right now. The Senate could pass it at any time. But of course, the Senate isn't even here this week, so they haven't done so. As we speak, Speaker McCarthy and President Biden are negotiating. This is precisely what the overwhelming majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, say that they want. A bipartisan solution that raises the debt ceiling while making responsible reforms to spending. The speeches that we just heard are advocating precisely the opposite. They want to pull the rug out from under this ongoing negotiation, bring it to a stop, impose a one-sided, partisan solution that allows us to keep spending money without limit. Indeed, I was particularly struck by a comment from the Congresswoman from New York, who, in defense of this idea that we should keep spending money without limit, said if anyone wants to entertain the thought that we spend too much, think about the last time that someone said the government does too much. Those are her words. She said, think about the last time anyone said the government does too much. Well, actually, my constituents say that a lot. The government does too much when it overtaxes and overregulates Americans. The government certainly did too much when it shut down schools, shut down businesses, shut down churches, and imposed unlawful mandates. The government does too much when it pays people more to not work than to work. The government did too much when it went in a multi-trillion-dollar spending spree that even Barack Obama's top economic advisor warned against and gave us this historic inflation crisis. The government does too much when it unleashes 87,000 new IRS agents on unsuspecting American taxpayers. The government does too much when it shuts down the Keystone Pipeline and inhibits our ability to produce energy domestically and make us energy independent. But at the end of the day, we also need to ask, as we've seen the budget just grow and grow and grow without limit, what is the result of all that additional spending been? Do you look around and see beautiful roads and infrastructure? Do you see world-leading schools? Do you see a prosperous economy? No, of course not. So I do think that as we make reforms to spending, we also need to focus on waste, fraud, and abuse. We need to focus not just on how much money is being spent, but on how that money is being spent. Not just on the number of dollars that we're spending, but on the results that we are getting. And I'm hoping that that is the new paradigm that will emerge from the negotiations going on right now between President Biden and Speaker McCarthy, is a paradigm of customer service, citizen service, a performance-based government. That's what Americans deserve, and I encourage the president to negotiate in good faith with Speaker McCarthy to move us in that direction. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the latest disturbing revelations relating to President Biden's nominee for U.S. Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. The nomination remains stalled, and for good reason. Ms. Su's record of gross mismanagement, historic, unmatched mismanagement, as California's labor secretary under Governor Gavin Newsom is now well understood. For example, during Ms. Su's tenure, $32.6 billion in taxpayer funds were fraudulently paid to death row inmates, international criminal syndicates, and other fraudsters. This fraud was possible because Sue waived fraud prevention protections, actually removed guardrails despite repeated warnings, and she failed to follow the common sense practices of other states, and then failed to take corrective actions as billions were lost to fraud. At the same time that this fraud was occurring, by the way, Sue improperly denied or delayed for weeks, months, sometimes indefinitely, legitimate unemployment claims for millions of Americans. Madam Speaker, I've now spoken on this floor several times to make sure that Americans are aware of that track record and understand the risk that elevating Ms. Sue poses. It is a reasonable inference that a nominee who failed in her role as state labor secretary would likewise fail in the role as U.S. labor secretary, and certainly has failed to earn such a promotion. Well, now, that is no longer merely an inference. It is the reality, because as her nomination has stalled, Ms. Sue has all the while been serving as the acting secretary at the Department of Labor. And unsurprisingly, she has brought her record of mismanagement from California to the Department of Labor as acting secretary, with terrible consequences. A recent report from the New York Times has uncovered evidence of a major spike in unaccompanied migrant minors, children, being funneled to work in dangerous jobs in violation of federal labor law. The article is titled, "As Migrant Children Were Put to Work, U.S. Ignored Warnings." The Times reports the White House and federal agencies were repeatedly alerted to signs of children at risk. The warnings were ignored or missed. To take one example from the Times article, a boy working construction said he felt ashamed about not knowing how to read. He too was released in 2021 at age 12 and was immediately put to work by a man who had sponsored at least 5 children. In another case, at a day labor pickup site, a 13-year-old released last year to a man he had never met said he wished he could enroll in middle school and start learning English. The problem is much broader than a handful of cases. Signs of migrant child labor have been uncovered inside industrial workplaces, including several auto part factories. Additionally, over 100 children were found working the overnight shift, scouring meatpacking plants across the country, according to the Times. Now, I should note, monitoring workplaces to prevent child labor is the job of the Labor Department. Julie Sue was Deputy Labor Secretary and is now Acting Labor Secretary. And she held those roles as children were exploited to work in grueling conditions in violation of federal labor law. This pattern of conduct almost exactly mirrors Sue's tenure in California. Repeated warnings of a serious problem, little to no preventative action, followed by a refusal to accept responsibility or change course when her failures are brought to light. And unfortunately, this isn't the only major concern that has emerged during Julie Sue's short time as acting U.S. Secretary of Labor. At the same time that children have been exploited in workplaces, Ms. Sue has failed to properly manage the H-2A program for bringing in temporary agricultural workers on a legal basis. Just this morning, House Education and the Workforce Chairwoman, Virginia Fox, and I sent an oversight letter to Acting Secretary Sue regarding serious delays in the processing of H-2A applications. In the letter, we write, "It has come to the attention of the Committee on Education and the Workforce that employers applying for labor certifications at the Department of Labor for H-2A agricultural workers are facing substantial delays. These delays can be tremendously harmful for American agriculture. The arrival of workers can be delayed by weeks, causing inefficiencies and supply chain disruptions. The planting and harvesting windows offer only a short amount of time to meet the season's needs. Our understanding is that this worsening problem is caused by unnecessary and avoidable delays at the Department of Labor." Incredibly, a Department of Labor official, Mike Rios, who serves as Regional Agricultural Enforcement Director at the Wage and Hour Division, is quoted as saying this. He said, "You can see that the H-2A program literally is the purchase of human beings, is literally the purchase of humans to perform difficult work under terrible conditions, sometimes including subhuman living conditions. This is a bipartisan program that has been created and has existed for a long time." He says that, but that's what he had to say about it. He's also quoted as saying, "You can throw a rock and hit a violation in the agricultural industry." That is a strange thing for him to say, considering that it is his department and Julie Sue's department, the Department of Labor, that is responsible for preventing those sort of violations, for enforcing our labor laws. So under Julie Sue's leadership, the Department of Labor is failing to protect workers, including children, is unfairly attacking America's farmers, and is failing to support our agriculture sector's workforce needs under a program authorized by federal law. She has been acting secretary for only a matter of months and was deputy secretary for 2 years. In that time, she has directly transferred her record of mismanagement from California to the rest of the nation. And I should say, in California right now, we have the nation's largest budget deficit. We have the nation's second highest unemployment rate. We have the nation's lowest rate of income growth. We have the highest rate of poverty. This is the direct result of the mismanagement and the anti-worker, anti-business, anti-opportunity policies from the likes of Julie Sue and Gavin Newsom. With everything we now know, to elevate Ms. Sue would be to take our country down the failed path of California with eyes wide open. I urge President Biden to choose a different course. It is past time to withdraw this nomination. Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act, which passed the House of Representatives earlier today. This bill fixes a critical loophole and empowers law enforcement to continue to have the tools they need to prevent fentanyl distribution in communities across America. We are seeing staggering amounts of fentanyl pour across the southern border, flooding our communities with illicit and lethal pills, killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. This is now the leading cause of death for young people in our country. More than car accidents, more than suicides, more than anything. It is affecting every community in our country, including my own. During the State of the Union a few months ago, I was honored to have as my guests two of our nation's leading advocates for fentanyl awareness, the parents of a young man named Zach Didier, who tragically lost his life to fentanyl. He was a senior at Whitney High School, a standout student with no history of drug use, and from one pill, he tragically lost his life. His parents had to go through the gut-wrenching experience of seeing him get letters in the mail, accepting him to some of our nation's leading universities after he had passed away. There is simply no doubt that addressing the fentanyl crisis will save the lives of many of my constituents and of people in every community in our country. And this act, the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act, is a major step in that direction. In fact, the act itself is common sense. Fentanyl is currently classified as a Schedule I drug, which gives the Drug Enforcement Agency the power to enforce and arrest criminals involved in producing and distributing fentanyl. To avoid prosecution, criminals have begun to manufacture drugs nearly chemically identical to fentanyl. Now, these drugs are just as deadly. They mimic fentanyl in every way, but they don't fall under the technical definition of fentanyl. In response, the Department of Justice and DEA temporarily classified these fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. This Common Sense Act makes this temporary classification permanent rather than letting it expire. Giving law enforcement the tools they need to prosecute those responsible and involved in the fentanyl crisis, from producers to dealers, is a critical component of the multi-pronged approach needed to save lives and stop fentanyl from destroying our communities. And we know this approach works. After the DEA classified fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs, law enforcement encounters of these fentanyl copycat drugs fell by over 90%. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to support a proven measure that will save lives and to vote aye on the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act, which just passed the House today with bipartisan support and has the support of President Biden as well. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address a situation surrounding the senior senator from California, Dianne Feinstein. The latest news is that our governor, Gavin Newsom, is now talking about appointing Oprah to the U.S. Senate as a replacement. Now, Gavin Newsom has been talking about replacing Senator Feinstein for over 2 years. He started publicly speculating about this in 2021 about who he would replace. And at that point, Senator Feinstein was barely a third of the way through her term. California's other senator, Alex Padilla, was himself first got his office through appointment by Governor Newsom. So if there was, in fact, an appointment of Senator Feinstein, then both of our U.S. senators would have been handpicked, not by millions of voters, but by a single person to initially get their jobs. At this moment, pressure is coming from all directions when it comes to this situation and with a race for 2024 already underway. A number of sitting members of the House have actually overtly called on Senator Feinstein to resign. Ro Khanna said, "It's time for Senator Feinstein to resign. We need to put the country ahead of personal loyalty. Well, she has had a lifetime of public service. It is obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties. Not speaking out undermines our credibility as elected representatives of the people." That's what he said. You also had Congresswoman Tlaib, as well as Congresswoman Kamala Gurdove, make similar comments urging the senator to vacate her office. And the individual who's being supported by Congresswoman Khanna, Barbara Lee, has said, she told KQED that she would accept an appointment to the job if Governor Gavin Newsom offered it to her. Meanwhile, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who of course herself is from California, is supporting another candidate, Congressman Schiff, and there have been a number of recent headlines related to this. This comes from Politico, which says that Feinstein's primary caregiver is Pelosi's daughter. The subheadline says, "A quiet caretaking arrangement has raised questions about whether Nancy Pelosi has the ailing senator's personal interests at heart." Another headline from Washington Examiner, "Pelosi's secret campaign to aid Feinstein and get Schiff into the Senate." From Fox News, "Pelosi's office denies her daughter is aiding Feinstein to help Adam Schiff win a Senate seat." So this is just a mess. None of it right now is about what is in the interest of Senator Feinstein, the interest of our state, or the interest of our country. It is all about politics. And so I believe the solution is to do away with the possibility of a gubernatorial appointment altogether. That way, Senator Feinstein can make a decision on her own terms. She will know that whether she finishes her term or whether she steps down before the end of her term, it is California voters who will decide who her successor will be. That is what will allow her to make a decision without all of the distractions of politics at the moment. To that end, I have introduced a constitutional amendment doing away with appointed senators. Now, this would make it so the Senate is the same as the House. You don't have any appointed members of the House who step onto this floor. Yet you've had a lot of appointed senators. So I want to make it the same way that if you want to represent your state as a United States senator, you need to be elected to do so. Indeed, this is really an anachronism, this process of appointing senators in the case of a vacancy. And it's been subject to rampant abuse. We had Governor Rod Blagojevich go to prison after he essentially auctioned off Barack Obama's vacated Senate seat. We've had governors who have appointed family members, who have appointed their spouses. Several governors have even appointed themselves. So I am calling on members of the House and Senate to join me in passing that to do away with this anachronistic, anti-democratic process of appointing senators. But in the meantime, this almost certainly will not take effect prior to the current situation with Senator Feinstein being resolved. So I am calling on the state legislature in California, which has oversight over election laws and itself is responsible for creating the procedure for a gubernatorial appointment, to address the situation. And there's actually a little bit of a backstory here, because when Senator Padilla was appointed to the Senate following the election of Kamala Harris as vice president, I raised an issue at the time with the legality of that appointment. And actually, the state legislative analyst's office, or legislative counsel's office, in California agreed with me that it would not be constitutional for the governor to appoint a senator who would then serve out the remainder of Kamala Harris's term, which was set to expire in 2022. And the reason for that is that the Constitution, the 17th Amendment, only allows temporary appointments. So if you appoint someone who serves the rest of the term, that's not temporary, that's permanent. So what the legislature did in response to the legal issue I raised and that the Legislative Counsel's Office agreed with me on, is they passed a bill to say that, okay, we will have a special election to determine who the new senator is going to be and who's going to finish the term, but we're not going to have that special election until the next election. So that actually happened in November of 2022. At the exact same time, we held the election for who would serve the new 6-year term. It was an absurdity. We literally had the same election on the ballot twice. One was for the new 6-year term. The other was just for the last couple months, the lame duck portion of the existing term. That was the way our legislature figured out to give basically as much advantage to the governor's chosen appointed senator as possible, while still abiding by the letter, if not the spirit, of the 17th Amendment. So what I've been in conversations with some members of the legislature about is they should change this law, or at the very least making an exception to it for the current situation with Senator Feinstein, to say that if there is a vacancy, then there will not be an appointment, that there will be an immediate special election, and that is how the successor will be chosen for the remainder of Senator Feinstein's term, which is set to expire in 2024. I think that this is what it will allow for fairness in the process of choosing our next senator. It will give millions of Californians a say rather than just one individual, and it will give Senator Feinstein the ability to make a decision that is best for her, best for the state, and best for the country. And so I urge that action on the part of the California legislature and governor. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise, a proud descendant of the enslaved people who are the foundational mothers and fathers of the United States of America. They are the foundational mothers and fathers because many of them had their entire lives sacrificed so that the country could have the economic foundation that it had in the early stages of its existence. These foundational mothers and fathers are the persons who were kidnapped, brought to this country, placed into slavery, forced into labor, centuries of labor, not compensated, no remuneration, but I'm a proud descendant. And I'm a proud descendant because they ought to be respected. It's time to respect the foundational mothers and fathers who laid the economic foundation upon which this nation stands today. I'm also proud to tell you that I'm here today to mention the conscious agenda. We want to make sure that we have a Slavery Remembrance Day, August 20th, because on August 20th of 1619, the White Lion docked in Point Comfort, Virginia, near what we now call Norfolk, Virginia. And these were persons on this White Lion who were placed into slavery in this country, August 20th, 1619, a moment in time that will impact the rest of time. We will never be able to escape the fact that it happened. It was a seminal moment in time. August the 20th ought to be Slavery Remembrance Day. We ought to also do something to acknowledge those persons whom I call the foundational mothers and fathers, proud descendant of them. In 1956, we accorded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. A Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. To those persons who would enslave persons or maintain slavery. This Congress did it, a Congressional Gold Medal. Well, why not have a Congressional Gold Medal for the enslaved, the foundational mothers and fathers? This is a part of the conscious agenda. A Congressional Gold Medal for the enslaved. In this country that I love, I salute the flag, I say the Pledge of Allegiance, I stand for the national anthem. It means something to me to be an American. In this country, where I do all of these things, and by the way, the greatness of the country won't be measured by whether I do these things. The greatness of the country will be measured by whether I will defend those who choose not to salute the flag, who choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance. The greatness of America is in how we tolerate persons who have opinions that are not popular. That's the greatness of America. In part, there are many other aspects of it. But the truth is, in this country that I'm proud to be a part of, proud to say I'm an American, United States is my home, my origin of my descendants was far away, but in this country, we revere the enslavers and revile the enslaved. How can we possibly allow this to continue? These were human beings. They merit a Congressional Gold Medal. If we can give a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslavers, the Confederate soldiers, then we can accord one to the enslaved people who were the foundational mothers and fathers, worked for hundreds of years to make this country the great nation that it is. All a part of the conscious agenda. Today, however, having spoken on these things briefly, I'm going to focus on the third item on the conscious agenda. The third item on the conscious agenda is removing the name of Richard Russell from the Russell Senate office building. To properly address this, I have to lay a predicate. We have to talk first about beneficial bigotry. And to properly explain beneficial bigotry, we have to address a concept. And it is this notion that those who tolerate bigotry perpetuate bigotry. Those who tolerate bigotry, because of that toleration of bigotry, you're perpetuating it because you're not doing what you can to stop it. We ought not tolerate bigotry. The Russell Senate office building, named after Richard Russell, a self-proclaimed white supremacist. This is what he called himself. A person who fought anti-lynching legislation. That means he did not want us to pass anti-lynching legislation. A person who fought integration. If he had his way, there's a good likelihood I would not be standing here today. A person who co-authored the Southern Manifesto, Richard Russell. His name is on the Russell Senate office building. Identified himself as a white supremacist. Well, dear friends, his name ought not be there. We ought not tolerate his name being there, because to tolerate his name there is to perpetuate the bigotry associated with his many exploits. Richard Russell's name should be removed from the Russell Senate office building, and it should be replaced with the name that it had before it became the Russell Senate office building. I don't have a person's name that I'd like to call to the attention of the Congress. I don't, because there'll be some debate about that. But I do believe that we can let it revert to the name that it had prior to becoming the Russell Senate Office Building, and that was the old Senate Office Building. I think it should be called the old Senate Office Building. Let it revert back to this, and then take as much time as you need to acquire an honorable name to go on the building. The Russell Senate Office Building currently is a symbol of national shame. It is. And the senators ought to be ashamed because they have the power to remove this name from the building. They have the power to do it, the Senate. Same Senate that voted on removing names from military bases can remove this name from the Russell Senate Office Building. The toleration of bigotry is the perpetuation of it. Allowing this name to stay there is the toleration of bigotry, especially when you have the power to remove it. We ought to use that awesome power that the Senate has to do not the right thing, but the righteous thing. It would be a righteous thing to remove this name from the building. I'm going to talk about beneficial bigotry. This is a part of my predicate. When you benefit from bigotry, if you believe it benefits you in some way, you tolerate it. I, by the way, have not been afforded that luxury. If I say something that's bigoted, if I am near bigotry, I have to apologize. And I have apologized, by the way, for things that I found to be unacceptable. I have to. I'm not allowed the luxury of having the benefits that beneficial bigotry can afford people. But there are many who fight bigotry until it benefits them. And they don't have to apologize. They can let a building be called the Russell Senate Office Building, fight bigotry everywhere, but in the building wherein they happen to have offices. Fight it everywhere, but right here, the Russell Senate Office Building with this name. Let me give you some examples of what beneficial bigotry allows. Beneficial bigotry will allow a country to name a town after a bigot. Beneficial bigotry. Beneficial bigotry allows some people the luxury of associating with bigots and justifying it. That's what beneficial bigotry accords some people. But we ought not allow the benefits of bigotry to allow us to tolerate bigotry such that we perpetuate bigotry. And that's what's happening with the Russell Senate Office Building. My friends, I live today to live to see the day that this name will come off of this building. I don't know when it will happen, it will, but I do know how the system works, and it's beneficial to know how it works. The system functions such that when some people demand things of others who have the power to make the change, they will not make that change because of the simple fact that the demand was made and they don't want it to appear as though they had to succumb to the demand that was made. And I am demanding. I'm demanding. I'm not begging. I am, in a sense, pleading. But I'm demanding that the name come off. So you see, when you do this, when you're bold enough and you have the courage enough to demand that the righteous thing be done, there are some people who are not going to do the righteous thing simply because they can't let it be said that they've caved in, as it were, to borrow the parlance of many persons, that they caved into a demand to do the righteous thing. They can't accept that. So what they will do is they'll try to find a way to do this, to remove the name and proclaim victory because it was done for some other reason. Not because of the demand, but for some other reason. I'm okay with that. Just remove the name. Find a clever way to do it. And usually they will find some person that they find favor with to become the person that actually caused it to happen. History is replete with examples of where persons of African ancestry have not been properly credited for what they've done in history. I can think of some examples that are in my book that I'll share with you at a later time. But the point is this: we cannot allow persons to simply decide that because they have the power and they get to set the agenda, that they won't do it. There is nothing preventing the Senate from changing this name, removing it, saving will. Just the will. Remove the name of the bigot from the building. Nothing preventing it except for will. My prayer to the Senate is that the Senate would do the righteous thing. Don't tolerate bigotry. You don't have to. Your offices are in the building. Your offices are in the building, in the Russell Senate office building, a symbol of national shame. You ought to be ashamed that it's there, your office. What is wrong with us? I know how the system works. I'm a part of it. I ought to. But there is some positive news related to Richard Russell. And the positive news is that one of my colleagues, of whom I am proud to associate with as it relates to this, the Honorable Bonnie Watson Coleman. Ms. Watson Coleman is proposing legislation that would take Richard Russell's name off of a bill, off of legislation. I came to this floor some time ago, and I brought up the fact that his name is on more than a building. His name is on legislation. There's a lunch program that his name is on. And Ms. Watson Coleman has legislation that would rename the National School Lunch Program Act, and it is going to take his name, remove his name, and substitute it with another name. I compliment you, my dear friend, Ms. Coleman, Watson Coleman. I compliment you for doing this. This is the honorable thing to do. I appreciate it. I'm going to appreciate it, and I'm going to, if allowed, be her co-lead on this legislation. But I made a commitment, and I want the world to know that I try my best to honor my commitments. I made a commitment, and the records of the Congress will reflect that on April 28, 2023, volume 169, number 72 of the Daily Edition, there's a topic styled the Conscious Agenda, part of the Congressional Record. And I stood right here in this very spot, and I made a commitment. And about halfway through my message, you will find the commitment where I'm speaking of legislation that bears the name of Richard Russell, same person whose name is on the building. And I said the Richard Russell National School Lunch Program is what I'm talking about. I indicate that this legislation bears his name. And then here are my exact words. His name shouldn't be on a school lunch program. And I go on to say I am filing legislation, and I said this is an update because last time when I spoke on this topic, it was an update. I say this is an update. I'm filing legislation, this is an update, to have Richard Russell's name removed from all legislation that happens to bear it currently. All legislation, I say. And to never have his name listed again. And I go on to say he is a symbol of national shame. His name should be removed. I still stand by that. So while I am going to support and co-lead and proud to know that Ms. Watson Coleman is filing her legislation, I will file my legislation to keep my commitment that I've made to people who chronicle the things that I do. I want them to know that I'm following through. So I will be filing my legislation, notwithstanding the fact that I will support proudly Ms. Watson Coleman's legislation. Friends, we live in a country that accords us free speech. This is a priceless possession to have. Free speech. There are so many places in the world where one could not stand as I'm standing today before the world, literally, and say the things that I've said. This is one of the reasons why I love my country, because of the free speech. But here is a question that we have to ask ourselves. If we have free speech, and free speech can be the methodology by which we can bring about change, and if we are tolerant of bigotry, is that free speech really being used to the benefit of the people who actually afforded us the free speech? The people who are the framers of the Constitution. I have great respect for them. The framers who thought this thing was so important that they put it in the Constitution. So I'm standing here to take advantage of and use that free speech. That free speech that allows me to stand here and tell you that beneficial bigotry is going to become the shame of many persons in this country. I have here invitations. These are all invitations. I won't turn them toward the camera because I really don't want to today expose the names of the persons who sent me these invitations. But here's one that is for a luncheon that took place in the month of May. Won't give the date because, again, I'm not interested in identifying the organization, inviting me to an event taking place in the Russell Senate Office Building. Obviously, if you know me, you know that I didn't go. I am a one-person protest. I refuse to go into the Russell Senate Office Building except to protest. I'm not going into that building unless I'm to protest, and I will go in for that purpose. But my friends, whose names I shall not reveal, sent me this request, and I wrote them a letter in response. I'll come back to the letter in just a moment. I have other friends having an event in the month of May, Russell Senate Office Building. I didn't attend. I sent them a letter. I'll come back to the letter in just a moment. Another offered to attend the Russell Senate Office Building and be a part of an event. I did not attend. I sent them a letter. Now, all of these are just for the month of May. And while not calling names, some of the people who sent me these invitations are people who fight bigotry vehemently, who stand against bigotry in all its forms. They do. But they have events in the Russell Senate Office Building. How can you have events in the Russell Senate office building and say that you are antithetical to bigotry? That you're going to fight bigotry? There are some places that if I went into, I would have to apologize, because those places are associated with bigotry. But not my friends over in the Senate, in and out on a daily basis. Friends inviting me to come to events there, be a part of programs. Russell Senate office building is a benefit to them. You cannot allow beneficial bigotry, my friends, to cause you to tolerate bigotry. When you do this, you perpetuate bigotry. I told you I sent a letter to my friends explaining my position. I'm just going to read some excerpts from the letter. And the reference is invitation to luncheon, leaving out the rest of it. And it's in the Russell Senate office building. Dear, I'm going to say friend so as not to identify the persons. Thank you for your invitation to the luncheon, without getting into the details. I am compelled to decline your invitation as I am boycotting the Russell Senate office building wherein the luncheon will take place. Yes, the yes is not here. That's just a part of me expressing myself because I feel good about what I did. Yes. I write, Richard Russell was an unapologetic bigot and a white supremacist who claimed that America was a white man's country. Check the records if you don't believe me. It's all there. Same Richard Russell that the building is named after. A white man's country. And he goes on to say, we're going to keep it that way. It's a white man's country. And we're going to keep it that way, meaning we're going to keep it a white man's country. I know this is uncomfortable for many people to hear. We would rather have Al Green simply tolerate bigotry and perpetuate bigotry. That's what we'd like to do when it is beneficial bigotry and it benefits other folk. Let me go on if I may. He not only successfully filibustered anti-lynching bills, but also voted against the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Richard Russell, that's my commentary. Calling it, these are his words, short-sighted and dangerous. The man whose name is on a building paid for by taxpayer dollars, many of whom are people of color, indicated that the 1964 Civil Rights Act was short-sighted and dangerous. Richard Russell, a beneficial bigot whose name is on the Russell Senate office building. Permit me to read on. Furthermore, these are my words, he co-authored the Southern Manifesto in opposition to racial integration. I won't read it in its entirety. I'm going to go to the next to the last line in the letter. I indicate, for these and other compelling reasons, I will not enter the Russell Senate office building except to protest until the name of the bigot is removed from the building. I know there are people who are saying, who let him say that? How could you let Al Green come to the floor of the House of Representatives and say these things? Here's how: free speech. Here's how: speaking truth. This is how it happens. I'm here to do what we say we will do, but many times do not. I'm here to speak truth to power. Yes, there are consequences, but at some point in life, you ought to decide that you're not going to tolerate beneficial bigotry, especially when you're not allowed to tolerate it. And to see others tolerate it while demanding that you not tolerate it, that's also hypocritical. So I indicate until his name is removed from the building, upon which I still stand. So now I want to go on record saying this. Just as I went on record saying that I would file the bill to remove his name from legislation, and I will. I have my bill prepared. And I'm going to sign on to Congresswoman Watson Coleman's bill. But now my commitment is this. I'm going to send a letter now to all of my friends in the human rights, civil rights movement, because many of the folk who wrote me these letters that I have, many of these people are in the human rights, civil rights movement. So I'm going to send them all a letter. Do not invite me to attend meetings in the Russell Senate office building. Be so kind as to not insult me. I'm not a perfect victim. I'm not the victim who's going to tolerate the bigotry and witness your toleration of it because it's beneficial. So don't send me a letter. Don't invite me. I'm not coming. Continue to tolerate the beneficial bigotry that you enjoy by being in the Russell Senate office building. But know this, there will come a time when this name will be removed. There will. It will come down. The universe is constructed such that, as Dr. King put it, the arc, the moral arc, is long, but it bends toward justice. This will be the just thing to do, to remove Richard Russell from the Senate office building. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I always appreciate hearing from the gentleman from Texas. Don't always agree, but he's a friend and he's a gentleman, and I always enjoy seeing him down on the floor. I'd yield to my friend from Texas.
Just want to let you know, if I may call you Chip, I know
Yes,
that
sir.
You're a Congressman, Roy, but if I may say so, people don't know the relationships that people have. They don't know. You can respect people that you don't agree with. That is the greatness of America. Respecting people that you have antithetical views, but you can respect them. And if you work with them long enough, you'll find common ground. I yield back. Thank you.
Amen. I appreciate the words from my brother and my friend from Texas. He's exactly right. Just last night, I was on an interview on Fox with my friend Byron Donalds, and we've staked out two different positions in the primary fight for the Republican nomination for president. And we were talking about how we'll be, coming together in a year, one way or the other, to carry forward in the general election. But at some point, we've got to remember that we can agree to disagree, that we can actually have a vigorous debate, vigorous disagreements, and engage. And I just wish we'd have more of us down here on the floor engaging in actual debate. And I would ask any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we want to start turning some of our special orders into special debates. I think that would be a better use of our time, and actually go back and forth in 2-minute, intervals and actually engage in debate on the body of the people's house. I do have to take some issue with some of the 1-minute speeches that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were engaging in about an hour ago. I saw that the Democrat majority leader was on the floor with a chart, and that chart said, House Republicans are running out of town to cause an economic meltdown. Sounds ominous. Sounds terrible and threatening, and all sorts of calamities going to ensue. Where are Senate Democrats? Where is Chuck Schumer? They've been MIA this entire week, not even in town, but hell, they've been MIA all year, not doing a thing in the Senate, except for being the personnel office for the administration. That's all they do. They run through nominations, and heck, they're not even that good at that. So what do? They run out of town. Where was the president last week? Japan. You see this ominous threat of a looming debt ceiling date, an X date as it's being referred to, of June 1, is all manufactured crisis and theater. We know that. Americans know that. Secretary Yellen wants to figure out how we need to deal with whatever interest payments need to be paid in June. She can prioritize those payments. She can make decisions to figure out how to carry this country forward. She can walk on down here, brief us, meet with us long before the June 7th date she's currently planning to come down to talk to us, and have a conversation about, I don't know, how about taking those COVID dollars back that are sitting there unobligated to the tune of $50 billion? How about taking the IRS dollars back that are there to expand the Internal Revenue Service, an IRS which, by the way, targets the poor and minorities 3 to 5 times more than the non-poor and non-minorities? That's the truth. Why don't they take that $80 billion, combine it with the COVID money, turn it into dollars right now that you can go pay loans with? Voila, no problem. But see, my Democratic colleagues won't do that, because my Democratic colleagues prefer the fear created with a manufactured crisis. They prefer to use that crisis, as Rahm Emanuel said, never let a crisis go to waste. They prefer to manufacture a crisis to jack up more debt on our children and grandchildren to the tune of $4 trillion. That's what they want more than anything on earth, is to spend more money to increase the power of government, to undermine our freedoms, to destroy the American way of life, and they are doing it right now. That's what's happening. The fact is, we had some of my Democratic colleagues went to the floor, and one individual said, quote, make no mistake, they, meaning Republicans, have no plan. Well, I'm sorry, we passed a bill in April. We actually passed a bill off of the floor of the House that raises the debt ceiling $1.5 trillion, provides an actual path to fiscal responsibility, and we did that in April. Oh, but see, we have no plan. We got to have this manufactured crisis. We had another quote. President Biden already lowered the deficit by $1.7 trillion. They say his budget would cut the deficit by another $3 trillion by eliminating wasteful spending on big oil and pharma, we're told. But it is in fact our Democratic colleagues who prefer to maintain their massive subsidies for the elites and the wealthy in their so-called Inflation Reduction Act just last year. My friend from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, said, quote, I ask you, think about the last time a person has said in this country that the government does too much for them. When was the last time anyone has heard or seen that? I'll say it. I'll say it right here. I don't want the government doing most of the things that the government is doing to interfere with the ability of the American people to carry out their lives. Federal, state, and local. When was the last time you had a bureaucrat show up and you said, oh joy, thank you, I'm really glad there's a bureaucrat here? When was the last time you were thankful for $32 trillion in debt, $100,000 almost for every man, woman, and child in America? Anybody thankful for $32 trillion in debt? Anybody? Anybody thankful for a border that's wide open being exploited by cartels while fentanyl comes in and kills our children? Everybody thankful for that Department of Homeland Security that doesn't actually secure the homeland? Everybody thankful for an FBI that went after Scott Smith and labeled him a domestic terrorist for daring to defend his daughter in a school board meeting because she was assaulted in a bathroom? Anybody thankful for the IRS knocking on your door, auditing the poor and the minorities 3 to 5 times more? People thankful for that? Are you thankful for the EPA or the Department of Interior that sent a man to prison because he had some ponds on his ranch in Montana? We have a government that is weaponized against the American people and is undermining our liberties, and they want more of it. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want more government. They want more taxes. They want more spending. They want more bureaucrats knocking on your door, like Mark Houck in Philadelphia when he woke up to this door being knocked on by local law enforcement teamed up with federal law enforcement to go carry out a warrant to arrest him because he had defended his son exercising free speech, because he is a pro-life activist in Philadelphia. That is your government at work. The fact is, we have a decision to make here. What are we going to do? Are we going to listen to the wailing and gnashing of teeth of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, projecting a manufactured crisis to exploit fear to try to raise our debt limit, a creded card limit, by $4 trillion? I want to be very clear, and I want to be clear to my colleagues on this side of the aisle. Anybody making a deal right now? $4 trillion? Are you out of your frigging mind? When I came to this town as a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee, the entire debt was $6 trillion. And what are we doing? We're having a conversation, blowing my mind, a conversation about raising our debt another $4 trillion. Why? So we can continue to fund the very bureaucrats that at least my colleagues on this side of the aisle campaign against. Well, guess what? You have a power of the purse for a reason. You should use it. Federalist 58, James Madison, what did he say? He said that the power of the purse granted to the people's house was the most powerful tool you can give against the tyranny of the executive branch. My colleagues on this side of the aisle all too often like to go around and campaign against all of the things that the bureaucracy is doing or that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle support. But when it comes down to game time, and it's game time right now, when it comes down to game time, are we going to use the power of the purse to defend the American people against the onslaught of the tyranny of the executive branch? Or are we going to tuck tail, take the first exit ramp off, and walk away? Because what I'm hearing right now, being debated, being negotiated, is taking the first exit ramp off to cut a deal. Because that's what we do in this town. Cut a deal. But that deal is not a deal for our kids and our grandkids. We passed a responsible bill in April. My message to my Republican colleagues is hold the line. My message to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, quit lying to the American people, quit advancing this fraud of a manufactured crisis, stop telling people that you can just continue to spend money we don't have, stop lying to them that there's more tax revenue to go get when we're at the highest level of tax revenue ever in our history, matched only 2 other times, World War II and in 2000 at the end of the dot-com explosion. Almost 20% of our GDP we are taking in by taxes. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle hide behind that, and they refuse to acknowledge that this government is too big, too burdensome, too weaponized against the American people. So we passed a bill that would pull back discretionary spending, $131 billion to 2022 spending levels. Now, that's what we were spending a mere 6 months ago. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle would tell you, oh my God, you're going to completely dismantle everybody's life and well-being. It's literally what we were spending 6 months ago. More than that, you can maintain defense levels at 2023 levels, current levels, and you can return your bureaucratic state, your non-defense spending, to merely what we were spending right before COVID. Recognizing, by the way, that our government is now 40% bigger since the beginning of COVID. We can return it to pre-COVID levels, which, by the way, polls at 76%. Most Americans say, yeah, I think I could deal with that great efficiency of the bureaucracy pre-COVID. We can do that. That's what we passed. That's what Republicans stood up and passed and put into the Senate's hands. And by the way, if we did that, we could fund NDD, that's non-defense discretionary, at the exact same level as that great MAGA extremist Barack Obama proposed for fiscal year 2024 in his last budget. Secondly, we passed measures that would repeal the grid-destroying tax credits, passed in the name of, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say green, I say unreliable energy in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. That will enrich leftists, enrich corporations, and enrich the Chinese Communist Party. Last year, through reconciliation, which is not the way we should do business, this is how Obamacare was passed, with a mere majority vote in the House and the Senate, with 158 proxy votes, people in this chamber who were not physically present during the August recess, on a party line vote, Democrats jammed through a giant giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. Goldman Sachs estimates it at $1.2 trillion, over 3 times the original estimate. If we do not carry through as Republicans, if we do not carry through with the measure we passed in April to reduce those subsidies, then the EIA, the Energy Information Agency, I think it is, estimates that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, we use too many acronyms in this town, could make wind and solar account for nearly 60% of the U.S. electricity generation by 2050. Now, everybody's jumping down in joy in all the schools across America because they've been told wind and solar, it's the magic unicorn energy. Don't you understand? Everything is great. It's clean. It's wonderful. They don't ever talk about the side effects. They don't ever talk about the children that are mining all of the minerals to be used in the solar panels being abused around the world. They never talk about the environmental impact of the turbines, the wind turbines, West Texas, what happens to birds. They never talk about what it means to our national security and empowering China. They never talk about the fact that you can't have a grid that stays up and powers your homes and your hospitals and your lives because you don't have gas-fired plants, you don't have coal-fired plants, you don't have nuclear plants backing up the grid. Because I can tell you, on a cloudy, windless day in Texas, we in trouble. It's true. But everybody's going to go around on the other side of the aisle, and they go, and I've seen them, they go give speeches to kids on the steps of the Capitol. And they go, oh, we're doing all this great thing for you. Don't you know? We care about the environment. We care about our planet. You now have all of this great clean energy. Well, enjoy being in third world status with brownouts, like we're seeing in Europe, like we're seeing in other parts of the world, where they're retreating from the full embrace of so-called green, i.e. unreliable energy resources, because you create energy poverty. You undermine human flourishing. You undermine the well-being and the prosperity of the poorest of the poor in this world when you take away the ability for us to have energy, and that's exactly what my Democrat colleagues did, and in the process are enriching their fat cat friends. 90% of the subsidies go to corporations $1 billion and up. Oh, but I thought this was all the good stuff, the unicorn energy stuff. No. Rich people, financiers, making tons of money on the back of grift, of corporate cronyism. The worst kind of corporate cronyism you've ever seen on display happening right here. And what are Republicans doing? Running away. saying, well, they'll never give up their signature Inflation Reduction Act bill. Bull! They'll give it up if we take it to them and hold the line for the American people. Stand up and hold the line, to my Republican colleagues, against the worst form of corporate cronyism I've ever seen on the floor of this body. How about the 80% of the electric vehicle subsidies that go to people who make $100,000 or $300,000 as a couple? Yeah. So the poor guy out there as a plumber trying to drive his pickup around is going to be told, you got to go subsidize the little suburbanite family running around in their EV feeling good about themselves, patting themselves on the back while they go plug their EV in to charge it using as much power as you use for your air conditioning unit, which has to come from somewhere. And that somewhere ain't nuclear, ain't gas, and ain't coal anymore because they're destroying our ability to produce the reliable power that we need for the very EVs they want to subsidize. And let's not even talk about how much that's empowering China. Directly, Chinese companies are eligible for these climate credits. A recent analysis found Chinese companies could end up with $125 billion in IRA subsidies. So you're giving them all the power, the Chinese Communist Party. You're subsidizing them with direct taxpayer money. You're allowing the Chinese to then sell us back the panels made with the minerals that they mine. How in the world is this good for our national security or our energy security? It's not. Democrats should be ashamed. Republicans should be ashamed if we walk away, which is what they're about to do. Cutting a deal that undermines the American people. Taking the very first off-ramp, the very first exit ramp. How about the third issue? Overturning Biden's unfair, deficit increasing, and tuition increasing student loan bailout, which will cut the deficit by $400 to $500 billion this year. We passed that. Yay, Republicans. They were all cheering down here. We should cheer it. But guess what we're doing? Walking away from it. You know why? Because my Republican colleagues say, don't worry, the Supreme Court will strike it down as unconstitutional. Guess what? One, don't count on it. Don't put all your eggs in the Supreme Court basket. Number two, there's this thing called the Constitution, which we're supposed to enforce and support. You don't walk away from your own view of the constitutionality of the unconstitutional act by a president. It's our job. If I hear one member of the Republican Party in this House use the term power of the purse, who walks away from forcing Democrats to end this unlawful, unconstitutional act by the President of the United States to unilaterally choose to make individuals in this country pay off the loans of other individuals in this country. How is that standing up for the people? How is that holding the line? 87% of the American people don't have student loans. Of the people who do have student loans, 56% of them have graduate degrees. Yet you're going to go ask that same plumber who's got to go get in his pickup, he's now subsidizing that suburbanite driving their little EV, going around saying, look at me, how great I am, subsidizing that, and also subsidizing that idiot's gender studies degree. The plumber who started a business, didn't take out a loan, worked hard, wants what's best for his kid, is now subsidizing the gender studies degree kids sitting in a basement, tweeting, sitting on their parents' health care plan that allows them to stay on it until they're 26, and you wonder why we're $32 trillion in debt. But what we're going to do, in all of our infinite wisdom, is cut a deal. Cut a deal to get what? More about that later, whenever we figure out what that is. I would remind everybody that the Speaker Pelosi herself said, quote, people think the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress. Well, there was no act of Congress, yet we're funding it. We defunded it as Republicans, but now we're walking away from defunding that to cut a deal. We should not do that. Number 4, rescinding the $80 billion Democrats gave to the IRS to hire 7,000 agents that will target working and middle-class taxpayers the most. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say Republicans just want to protect rich tax cheats. According to CBS, that great purveyor of right-wing conspiracy news, the IRS audits the poor at 5 times the rate of everyone else. According to the New York Times, also a great purveyor of radical right-wing news, quote, black taxpayers are at least 3 times as likely to be audited by the Internal Revenue Service as other taxpayers. Rich people have lawyers. Rich people get subsidies by the very people who go out and campaign and say they're doing things for the American people while they enrich their fat cat buddies, as my Democratic colleagues did with the Inflation Reduction Act, which my Republican colleagues voted to end and now are walking away from eliminating. Reform number 5, implement the REINS Act to end the abuse of executive power by empowering Congress to approve major regulations that cost Americans billions of dollars. President Biden's regulatory delusion in his first 2 years has saddled the American people with at least $318 billion in total costs, more than 218 million hours of paperwork. But more than that, there are massive regulations being carried out by this administration through executive fiat and order that has a massive economic impact, but more importantly, a massive liberty impact on the American people, turning felons into millions of Americans for daring to have a piece of plastic that attaches to a constitutionally protected weapon. The student loan fiasco I just described. Regulation after regulation by this administration. And all we want to do is pass the REINS Act, which we just passed out of the Judiciary Committee, by the way. And are we going to make that a part of our deal? Not reading about it in all the leaked reports I'm seeing. Let's kick that one aside. Let's allow the administration to continue to run ramshot over the American people through executive fiat because we want a deal. Reform number 6. Strengthen and establish work requirements for able-bodied Americans that are receiving government assistance, just like President Biden supported. Well, I've gotten to one where I think there may be at least a little fight on this side of the aisle to try to get one of the things that we passed. I don't know how much. I don't know whether it'll apply to Medicaid. I don't know what it'll apply to. But I can tell you that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they don't want people to have to work. President Biden voted for it 11 times. President Clinton signed it. But your modern Democratic Party in 2023 wants to pay people not to work. There is no other explanation for it. If they say otherwise, it's not true. We want people to work. We want to get the benefit of getting people off of welfare reform. There is, in fact, dignity to work. Our country depends on it. Our society depends on it. Our children depend on seeing their parents work. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want that. Apparently we do, and I at least think it's apparently part of whatever deal's being discussed. But it ought to be, and it ought to be fully a part of it, because we passed it already. We passed a deal. Finally, reclaiming billions in unobligated COVID funds. Well, that's just the peanuts laying left on the floor. The mere $40 or $50 billion of unobligated COVID funds left of the $5 trillion or whatever we blew through in the last 3 years, decimating our economy and driving up inflation. The fact of the matter is, we have an obligation in this body, in the people's house, on both sides of the aisle, to do our job, to stop spending money recklessly, to stop printing money, to stop driving up inflation, to stop denying our children their inheritance. When everybody goes around on Memorial Day this weekend and they go stand up with veterans and they go salute the fallen and they go to Arlington National, they go to the cemetery at Fort Sam Houston, or any one of our other national cemeteries around this country, what did they fight for? Did they fight for us to cut a deal? Because I'm pretty sure the boys in Bastogne sitting in the foxhole freezing to death weren't interested in moving that line back to Normandy. They'd gone from Normandy to Bastogne. Hold the damn line. Don't back off, Republicans. Stand up for the country that you go out and campaign for. Hold the line for the American people, because the bill we passed in April, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a down payment on what we have to do. It's not everything we have to do. It's just the beginning. And if we walk away from that, because people get weak-kneed about, oh my God, they're crying, oh my God, we're not going to make our debt payments. Yes, we are. The President of the United States knows what you know. We can't walk away from our debt payments. We have to make those payments. Secretary Yellen and the President know it. They will make the payments. We will not default, but we are defaulting on the American dream every single day that goes by, where we continue to spend money we don't have to fund the bureaucrats at war with the American dream. And if Republicans walk away from this, they don't deserve to stay in the majority any more than the Democrats do. We should hold the line for the American people, and we should hold the line for the future of this country. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 25th, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Friday, May 26, 2023, through Sunday, June 4th, 2023, as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Most of the discussion in this building over the last few weeks has been on the debt limit, and I guess I should lead off by addressing it a little bit. A lot of the American public is thinking, why are people fighting on this bill? What difference does it really make? Let's get it behind us. I want to leave the American public with two reasons why at least the Republican Party wants a little bit more fiscal restraint than otherwise would happen. First of all, the debt is now 100% of GDP. That is the first, it's just shy of that. That's the first time that's happened since World War II. But at the end of World War II, we knew we were going to lay off millions of people in the military. We're going to stop making ships. We're going to stop making planes. We're going to stop making tanks. And there'd be a dramatic reduction in government spending. And that's exactly what happened. And slowly, the debt fell from 100% to a little over 20% of GDP before recently rocketing up, in part due to the COVID and in part due to President Biden's reckless spending. So now we are at 100% of GDP. But all we see in the future is more people retiring, more money spent on Social Security, more money spent on Medicare, which we can never cut either one of those two programs. We should not, which means we've got to exercise fiscal restraint everywhere else. And the time to do that is now. If we do not dial things back a little now, it's going to get that much worse next year and that much worse the year after it. The other thing I want to leave the American public with is, as interest rates are going up, we right now are spending every year about $2,000 per man, woman, and child on interest rates alone. If you are a family of four, think about that. Every year you've got to start by paying $8,000 just to cover your share of the federal debt. That is a disaster. If we don't address it now, it's going to be worse next year. The Republican position is very moderate. Probably the public would be outraged if they found out how moderate the Republican position is. We do not plan on balancing the budget this year. even if the Republicans got all they asked for, and they're not going to get all they asked for, but even if they got all they asked for, it would still result in a significant increase in debt over the next year. But the brakes should be put on a little bit. We should acknowledge the problem. The Republicans love your children. They love their grandchildren. They don't want to see the country that much more in debt, and we're worried we're approaching the point of no return. So, in any event, I'm proud of my Republican leadership that their attitude is we have to do something when we see debt equal to 100% of GDP, and when every American is paying $2,000 of interest by itself. The only responsible thing to do is put up a little bit of fight, and I wish some of the Democrat leadership would acknowledge more that something's got to be done. However, despite the fact that this is the most covered issue in America, President Biden recently addressed the graduates of Howard University here in town, and he felt one of the major issues of the day is white supremacy. I do not think we should let such an inflammatory, divisive bit of rhetoric go unanswered. And it's not the first time President Biden has done this. This has been a theme whenever he speaks to the American public as a whole. He talked about it in his inaugural speech, where he mentioned racism 4 times and white supremacy once. He talked about it in his State of the Union speech this year, where he attacked our police and one more time called them racist. And now going before the Howard commencement speech, a time for a positive speech, a time to tell the graduates they have their whole life ahead of them, and you can do anything in America. President Biden got in the mud and talked about white supremacy. First of all, we have to address, do we have a problem in America in which people cannot succeed? There have been numerous speeches dealing with police and racism, and the studies show that racism is not a problem, that when you look at people being shot when adjusted for crimes committed, if anything, white people are more likely to get killed than black people in a confrontation with police. Nevertheless, President Biden, Mr. Negative, decided to use his annual speech to Congress to trash the police and refer to them as being racist. Now, are people who are not of European descent having problems in this country? Well, we looked at people from different countries around the world, and again and again, well, first of all, again and again, we find people from all around the world coming here. I got a list of the countries that people give up their citizenship to and become American, the top 10 countries: 1 Mexico, 2 India, 3 Philippines, 4 Cuba, 5 Dominican Republic, 6 China, 7 Vietnam, 8 Jamaica, 9 El Salvador, 10 Colombia. You notice anything about those countries? None of them are European countries. People from all around the world are desperate to come in the United States legally. If America were all a country in which you were punished if you weren't of European descent, you would not see the 10 countries most commonly coming here being from places other than Europe. I have heard that a significant number of Russians are coming here, but I have been at the border probably 7 or 8 times over the last 3 years. Again, I see people from Africa, Central America, Middle East. I have attended ceremonies in which people were sworn in as citizens in Milwaukee. And when I've showed up at these ceremonies, I would be surprised if 5% of the people becoming Americans are from Europe. This weekend, I'm going to attend a Memorial Day event for the Hmong. The Hmong, for those of you who don't know, are a group of people, primarily but not exclusively from Laos, who came to this country after the Vietnam War and were allowed in this country because they did so much to help fight communism on behalf of the Americans. When the Hmong came here, they frequently did not know English. Many of them were not Christian. As a matter of fact, for many of the Hmong, they knew no written language of any sort at all. Nevertheless, they've come here and they thrive. Again and again when I talk to members of the Hmong, how are your children doing? How are your nieces and nephews doing? I get stories like between me, my children and nieces and nephews, they're 20, they're 25 kids. Every one of them is successful. Everyone's doing well in school. None of them are committing any crimes. They're all having children in a family situation. And I cannot help but think, watching the tremendous success story of the Hmong, how could any president say America is a difficult country to live in if you are not European? Then I look at income, and I realize there are many definitions of success. I am not somebody at all who says economic success is the most important. But you look at the numbers insofar as they're available on the internet. I look at India, which seems to be right now the financially most successful subgroup in America, making 80% more than the average American. India, a country in which a relatively small number of people are considered Christian, overwhelmingly Hindu, to a lesser degree Muslim. I look at Philippines, 50% more, Sri Lanka, 34% more, Japan, 30% more, Malaysia, 25% more, Pakistan, 18% more. People coming here from Cuba, to a certain extent, Latin American, 15% more than European Americans is what they make. It's harder to find some other information, but Thomas Sowell, who I think very highly of, wrote a book called Ethnic America 40 years ago. And at that time, Thomas Sowell pointed out that the average second generation person from the Caribbean was making more than the average American, and that of course is largely people of black descent, people from Bahamas, people from Jamaica. So again, the tremendous financial success of people coming from all around the world makes one realize that America does not have a huge racial problem. But another question is, does American discriminate in favor of people of European descent? And the answer is right now, under our affirmative action programs in this country, whether you're looking at hiring government people, whether you're looking at businesses who contract with the government, do at least $10,000 of business with the government, they are required to fill out a form, an EEO-1 form, in which they list the race of all their employees. And when they fill out that form, because they are afraid of being sued, the average American business is very conscious and is sometimes even told by their advisor to hire people who are not white. Affirmative action began in 1965 in this country in earnest. It was around a little bit before that, but in earnest in 1965. We're talking over 50 years ago. Original affirmative action was designed primarily to help black people, but in the interim, we added Asian people. And this, by the way, is typical of affirmative action around the world. It starts with one group, and then every other group says, I want the government to weigh in on my behalf. So we add Asian, Pacific Islander, Latin American, added women, and now we recently have had the Biden administration weigh in and say we want to add people of Middle Eastern or North African descent. So we want to add people from Syria, from Iraq, from Algeria to the list of people who should get preferences. You'll notice not white. This comes into play in forms that have to be filled out when we say who is going to be getting government contracts, who is going to be getting into colleges and universities, who is going to be the owner of business that gets government contracts. So it is very pervasive in our society. I bet very few Americans, I've tried, are aware that when a big business, say even a business with 100 employees, a business with 50 employees, when they hire someone and they have a government contract, they are paying attention or have to fill out a form as to the race and gender of that person. And as a practical matter, it causes people to be a little bit less reluctant to hire people who have historically been here in America. Now, I think these programs, when they implement them, are designed to be as divisive as possible. First of all, in order to qualify as a favored group, you self-identify. And if you are 1/2 or 1/4 or 1/8 a member of that group, you can say, I am a member of the protected class. I'm not sure that's right. It obviously is wrong. People wouldn't even know if someone who is 1/4 Native American, 1/4 whatever, is a member of that class, but you get to check off that box and get the benefits. Wealth has nothing to do with it. You can be born into a family worth millions and millions of dollars, but if you're from the right ethnic group, or at least 1/4 or 1/8 a member of the right ethnic group, you get to be checked off on that form. And it can again be true, even if a person wouldn't guess you're a member of that minority. It affects university admissions. And for quite a while, we've had a string of cases. One case is working through the Supreme Court right now, of again trying to give preferences to people who are 1/2, 1/4, 1/8 members of a minority. To push it even further lately, on schools or graduate schools, they are removing SAT scores or MCAT scores. That traditionally people have to take these tests to make sure that, for example, the best and the brightest are getting into medical school. But we're taking that off the table in an increasing number of medical schools, again, because they are afraid that they will be letting in too many people of traditional ethnic backgrounds in America. We are doing the same thing lately with regard to loans given out by banks, which is kind of amazing. But now bankers have to collect. They're going to soon do it for commercial lending. They've done it in the past for residential lending. What is the race or gender or even sexual preference? Apparently, because the government likes to look over the shoulder of these banks and make sure that they're not discriminating based on race or discriminating based on sexual preference. And it's kind of hard to believe that that's going on now, but it is. They really keep track of these banks. I talked to a banker a little while ago. He had to put down on the form what the race is of the guy who plowed the snow in his parking lot. Now you might say, why is that any of the government's business and what are they doing? Well, we know why they're doing it. Because they want to put pressure on the banks to feel that that's something that should be taken into account before you fill out that contract. So this becomes more and more part of the American background. I recently ran into a gal who told me she worked for a bank and they had an opening for months, but they couldn't fill that opening because all their applicants were white guys. Now, I don't know if she's right or wrong on that, but talking to some other bankers, that's entirely possible. And we should have a discussion whether that's right. You have to say, where is this ending? What is the goal of the Biden administration? A study was done a little while ago on the federal judiciary. I wish we had these studies for all other appointments by the Biden administration. And apparently his first 2 years, President Biden had appointed 97 federal judges. Of the 97 federal judges, I was expecting maybe 25 or 30 were white guys, because I know President Biden wasn't heavy on appointing more white guys. 5 of the 97 judges were white guys. Of those, 2 were gay. So almost impossible for a white guy who's not gay, apparently, to get appointed here. To a certain extent, that was not just President Biden's fault. Not long after he was sworn in, 2 Democrat senators, one from Illinois and one from Hawaii, said that they did not want to vote to confirm any more President Biden's appointees if they were white men, unless they were gay. Again, the definition of diversity, and more they're talking about a diversity as being part of the reason here. As far as the idea that where your ancestors come from will determine what a good doctor you are or what a good electrician you are or whatever, seems a little bit ridiculous. I mean, think, for example, of an example. Let's say my maternal grandfather was Peruvian and he died before I was born. Well, the idea that giving me a special place in college or a special job in management so I can bring the Peruvian viewpoint to the table would be ridiculous. We're talking about a grandfather who had nothing at all, was never in Peru, never met him, but that is the way the current system works, and it's something that should be discussed. Now, what is the Biden team doing now that's going to affect this very pernicious programs in America? The first thing they're going to do is they're going to add another protected class, Middle Eastern, North African people. Right now, you're considered Asian. If you are from Japan, we can go around the map: Japan, China, Thailand, Pakistan, India, but it stops in Pakistan. There's no preferences if you're from Egypt or Algeria or Syria. The Biden administration wants to end that. And end that even though affirmative action began in the 1960s, so almost all people of this descent were not even in America prior to that, but they want to be a new group that should be getting preferences. I think that should be discussed in America's news pages. Instead, it's not even brought up that it's happening. The next thing the Biden administration is doing is they are putting new diversity equity teams in every one of the government agencies, be it commerce, defense, agriculture, energy, health and human services, homeland security, justice, labor, transportation. Every agency is getting a new group to weigh in on diversity and to make sure that the right people are getting jobs in that agency. If there are grants going out in that agency, again, to make sure the right people are getting grants. In other words, the Biden administration wants to greatly increase the power and the power of this class of people in picking whoever gets anything around society. It can't just be like it used to be, let's take the best person. These new programs, I think, cause one to say some more questions ought to be raised by the American public and answered by the Biden administration. Do we care about merit anymore? Should these programs benefit millionaires? Right now, if you are worth $20 million, but you apply for a government contract, you're given preferences, despite the fact you're already wildly wealthy. And by the way, Thomas Sowell, when he writes about affirmative action, points out that frequently around the world, when we do this affirmative action stuff, it benefits primarily the wealthy. What percent should you be before you get credit for preferences based on your background? Right now, it's open-ended. Should it be an eighth? Should it be a 16th? Senator Elizabeth Warren apparently was smaller than a 64th or 128th Native American. She felt it should give her preference, apparently, in becoming a law professor at Harvard University. So what percent should we be looking at? Are there any jobs that we should go back to old-fashioned merit-based? How about a doctor? Should we get the best people we can to become a heart surgeon? I would think so. How about air traffic controllers? How about engineers who are designing bridges? Or are all jobs primarily based on ethnic background and not necessarily on merit? As mentioned, this new special interest group put in there by President Biden, the Middle Eastern North African group, largely came to this country after affirmative action began. Originally, the idea behind affirmative action was America discriminated against you in the past and you deserve a step up to get caught up. Here you have people who were not even in America. So, again, Thomas Sowell, when he talks about these race preference things and these race bureaucracies, points out that it always hurts a country when people view themselves as a member of an ethnic group first and views themselves as a citizen of that country secondly. I look at Canada, which I think has always had problems throughout my whole lifetime, in that it's divided between people who speak French and people who speak English. I look at Nigeria, where we had a division between tribes and a division between the Muslims in the north and the Christians of the south, which resulted in a civil war and millions of people dying. We look at Rwanda and the horrific things happened there as the country's divided into races. India, with its not only ethnic differences but religious differences. Sri Lanka, which had a horrible civil war as the government began to weigh in on this group and that group. Historically, America has stuck with this motto, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. Okay, and we come from all around the world, but we consider ourselves Americans first, and we eventually kind of drop or rarely think about where our ancestry came from. Al Gore twice embarrassed himself by getting the meaning of e pluribus unum screwed up, and he said out of one, many. In other words, we have people right now who primarily consider themselves American, and the Biden administration says, well, wait a minute. You should primarily consider yourself based upon where your great-great-great-grandparents are from. That's just a big mistake. So what can we do here? I think, first of all, there should be more of an outcry over the Biden administration's plan to give what amounts to preferences to Middle Eastern, North African people. Again, immigrants who came here recently, not prejudiced, I'm sure doing very well. I think the only reason you bring them into the loop is if you wanted to destroy America through divisiveness, as what has happened in many other countries around the world. Then we ought to get rid of these racial equity committees, in which we have apparently government bureaucrats whose sole job is to divide Americans or judge Americans or weigh the worth of Americans by their ethnic background. And increasingly, when I look at what's going on with the bankers, it's not just going to be ethnic background, it's going to be sexual background as well. Is that right? I don't know who could possibly think it's right that the banker has to, at the end of the month, go through the forms that he's accepted as for loans, as to say, do I have enough people of the right sexual background? But that is the way we're going in America. I hope we end it. These programs began almost 60 years ago, about, I think now, 57 years ago. Like programs around the world, when they began these programs of preferences, they were supposed to be temporary. Like I said, I think when they began these programs in the 60s, if you told people they'd still be around 57 years later, you never would have believed it. And you sure wouldn't have believed it if you would have thought we were going to add all these other groups, most of which were not even in the United States at the time, to the mix. So I hope we have a public discussion on that. I've listed the questions that should be answered, and hopefully it's something that if nobody else, at least the pundit class can weigh in on, and we can educate our young people as to what is going on, because I think a lot of these preferences, particularly with regard to jobs in businesses that are government contracting, the public is not even aware of. So that is summary of what I think is an important issue and ought to be addressed. And I ask to adjourn.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted accordingly. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.